In case you get a little, got a little... Oh, no, it's eye drops.
Is everyone situated? Good evening and welcome to tonight's Warren City Council meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam President.
Mr. Bacamino?
I am here.
Ms. Comartin?
Present.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. Liss?
Here.
Mr. Sadowski?
Here.
Mr. Stevens?
Present.
Ms. Vogt? Here. Mr. Warner?
Here.
Camp present.
Adoption of the consent agenda.
Need a motion and support?
I'll move adoption of the
Support.
consent agenda.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Liss. Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam President. You have requested to have an item added. I will place that item as 26B as in boy under council business. And this is Council President Mary Camp and Ray request for a moratorium on the installation of smart meters until such time as a study of the effects can be conducted at a committee of the whole, and a committee of the whole can be scheduled to discuss these findings.
Thank you.
That will be item 26B. That is all.
Any other comments regarding the agenda? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of April 12th, 2011.
Need a motion and support?
So moved. Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion regarding the minutes?
Madam Chair, discussion.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, just Secretary Sadowski, on page 6, just for clarification of the record, there was the motion that was made to table the per diem check for the building authority.
Yes.
And just wondering, it says to the next meeting.
We were asking for information from the city attorney's office. At that time, we had not received the information for it. That's why
Okay.
we didn't put, so instead of putting it back on just to retable it, I'm just waiting for that information to come.
Okay, so it was, though, the minutes are reflected correctly. It was to this meeting.
Yeah, I believe it was. I would have to go back to the tape and check for sure, but
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was correct, because it did say the next meeting, and I needed just to verify that, because that's what's reflected in our minutes.
very good.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further comments regarding the list of bills?
Minutes?
I'm sorry, minutes. For the next agenda item. All right, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Next agenda item is number 7, approval of the bills.
I'll move approval of the bills, Madam Chair.
Motion
Support.
by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion regarding the list of bills?
Madam Chair, discussion, please.
Ms. Comartin?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Malzak. How are
Hey,
you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I've got a question on page 1. It would be check number 505459. It was a reimbursement for EMS. Normally, all our reimbursements are coming through the billing company. This particular item came right from the insurance company, and I was wondering if that is just the transport aspect or if it was, you know, why would it come directly from the insurance company?
Okay, I'll get back to you on that one. I'll check with the billing company. I don't know at this point.
Okay, you don't know, and it was actually EMS transport, it wasn't anything to do with fire reimbursement or anything like that?
No, no.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And then, next question, page 2, it's check number 087298, and that is for Michigan Meter Technology Group. That was for $8,388.13. Couple things. I know that we had talked about the consumer's energy contract, and when we discussed that, we talked about that we didn't have the equipment to do some of the reading ourselves. I don't know if there's anybody here from the water department or not. Was looking at the repair of the meter gun. Are we going to start taking certain meter reads, and that's why we had that repaired? And is it cheaper to buy a new meter read gun temporarily, or I don't know what the actual cost was, and I know Mr. Stevens had discussed that, and I don't know what the cost was for an actual purchase of one versus a repair.
Okay, I'll get with the water team and get back to you on that as well.
All right, and we purchased meters from Michigan Meter Technology, and also we have another invoice for meters, which is the next check, and it's page 3, and that would be check number 087254, and that was for $9,366, and that's for SL meter services. Do you know what the difference is between the two meters, and are we purchasing them for two companies? I know one of them was phasing out the meters and just wanted to figure out where we were with that, and if one company was phasing out and that's why we're switching to another one, or if part of it is some of the newer meters.
Yep, once again, I'll have to defer to the water department. I'll get back to you.
All right, and then do you have an answer for me? Oh, there.
Here's Tom.
Good. Good evening, Tom. How are you?
Good evening, Council. Let me see the list here. Yeah, we have guns that we call boomerangs that we take out, and we have the DAP 9800s that we still use to read our commercial industrial meters.
Okay, so that's
we have to
strictly
keep those repaired until we get through the initial parts of the transition with the new meter program.
the actual
So that
cost.
was necessary.
Okay, so the actual cost of to purchase one is how much versus?
We can't purchase these anymore because this equipment is obsolete.
Okay.
We can't even purchase maintenance, so we're getting it fixed the best we can. We still need them to read our commercial and industrial account, so.
Okay, so we're utilizing them just for that. And then the difference between the two meter companies that we're purchasing from, I know our purchases are about the same. Some have parts and some were like, there was parts and then there was some additional
Okay.
meters in the backup.
We purchased meters and repairs from Michigan Meter Technology. There's another item, I think, on the list of bills for about $8,000. That was for 100 5/8 meters.
Right.
That we need to purchase, keep our system running until we get our new system started.
Okay, so we're just doing it
Only what we need to. no
only
more.
what you need. I know I've noticed we've been doing about 100 at a time.
At a time.
Yep.
And it costs about $81 a piece, so it's in that ballpark, around 8,100 or a little bit over.
Okay.
SLC, these are curb boxes or stop boxes. These are devices that are out by your curb that
Okay.
we use to turn off the water inside the house or at the property.
So is that where
We
we're,
need these to maintain the stop boxes.
all right, is that where they're going on, and we've had some problems where a a lot of with the vacant homes that we've had, the water breaks. Is that anything to do with some of those, and are we
If
recouping
we-
any of the costs?
If we can't go out and turn the stop box off, we then have to dig it up and replace it. That's what this hardware is for.
Okay, are we charging any of the banks for any of those repairs on the vacant homes?
We pick up that charge ourselves. That's internally for us to maintain our system. Anything with a stop box is for us.
Okay, so, but if the pipe was broken from the stop box to the house, then it would be the bank's responsibility,
That is,
correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, and are we charging for any of those repairs?
We typically don't do those. We tell them to have the commercial plumber do those, because now we're getting into an area with the commercial plumbers because we're doing their work, and it's on private property, and we're not supposed to be doing it on private property.
Okay, so you're just referring those directly to the banks? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Ms. Comartin, then you also had one from last
Yes.
council meeting. That was check number, thanks. That was check number 087163 to Precision Environmental for $16,647.84. The city warn wastewater treatment plant consists of about over 20 buildings scattered over approximately 60 acres of land. So just giving a little background to the folks at home. The higher total dollar amount spent on corrective maintenance during January and February resulted from scheduled inspections and preventative maintenance that was performed in November and December in 2010. The preventative maintenance tasks and inspections resulted in the identification of problems that needed to be corrected to prevent failure of the HVAC systems. During November and December 2010, preventive maintenance and inspections were performed on 10 different types of HVAC systems, and so that was the result of the higher bills in that past month. Lastly, you'll see something later in on the agenda tonight that we have some audits coming up for these HVAC systems, and hopefully that will remedy this
Rectify
issue.
the problem.
You got that right, yeah.
All right, great, thank you very much, I appreciate it, Mr. Malzak, thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. Actually, I need Mr. Polakowski back because I have questions on those meters. Did he leave?
I don't see him off to the side.
Yes.
While we wait for Mr. Polakowski, were there any other questions regarding?
I can go on. I have another question. Well, here he comes right now.
Good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Polakowski, for coming back. On those meters from Michigan Meter Technology, what kind of meters are those? What's the manufacturer on those?
There's Neptune.
Those are Neptune?
Yes.
And how does Michigan Technology sell Neptune meters?
They are the authorized distributor for Neptune in this area.
And who is
And
who is SLC?
SLC does not sell us meters.
Okay. And so you're buying 100
About
Neptune
100
meters.
Neptune 5/8 meters. That's what we want.
And what does SLC, what do they market?
Who's the stop?
They sell us in this case, it was a stop box.
No. What kind of meters does SLC sell?
I'm not sure I know at one time they were trying to sell their obsolete inventory. I don't know what they're doing with that. They may have sold it all.
Okay.
But I'm not sure who they're branding as far as a local meter to represent in the area. I
Okay.
really don't know, to be honest with you.
And so you purchase 100 5/8, which is the most common
Yes, it is.
meter that we use in the city. For meters that freeze up and stuff? And
Right, these are meters that are stopped, or they froze, and we have to get them out of the location and replace them. So we're actually going in and replacing the meter in the house.
Okay. When is the installation of the meter program to begin?
To begin in June.
This June? And you expect to have 100 frozen meters between now and June?
No, we're going to have to maintain
Or
the city.
during the whole installation period, I
We're going
should
to have to
say?
maintain the city while we go through the winter months, and we're going to be trying to install with installers on a schedule. Otherwise, if we start having them jump all around, we'll have a problem with that.
Well,
So we're
I
trying to make
understand.
it so they go through here pretty efficiently and stay within our budget on the meter program.
All right, so these 100, and how many did you have in stock, though,
We have
prior?
very little. We've been trying to keep the inventory very, very low.
Very little, as in,
We're trying to operate with minimum inventory, and when we order just before we run out, so we're.
no, I
trying to
mean,
keep that
how
very
many
lean.
is very little when you say you had very little in stock?
Less
prior-
than 100, probably less than 50.
So you have a little over 150 now?
I couldn't answer that offhand. I would have, if I'd known you were going to ask a question, I brought those records with me. I couldn't answer that offhand. But I can tell you it's not a lot.
Okay. Well, it just seems like a lot for frozen meters for the summertime,
We
so.
replace somewhere between 600, 700 meters a year. And don't forget, we replace these meters, when we put them in there, we charge for the installation, so they bring revenue in too. We charge them for the service.
I understand all of that.
Okay, I just want to make sure you understand we're generating revenue with those also.
Right. But with that number, then every meter in the city should have been replaced by now.
I don't think so. We got 47,000 5/8 meters.
I'm not saying in a year, but I'm saying over a period of time, if you have 700 meters a year, I mean, that's a lot of meters to be replacing.
But sometimes we get in these homes, because they're not heated well, they're crawl spaces, sometimes they break in a couple years again, because the tenants don't take care of them, the landlords don't pay close enough attention, and we're in there replacing meters again.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have on that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the other question I have would be on page 3, check 505175. It's Connie and Sons Incorporated, vehicle maintenance. That was for some Ford Mercury steering wheels, 17-inch steering wheels.
Okay.
What do those go to?
I'll have to get Ben Neighbors. I don't know if he's in the audience or not.
Oh, there he is.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This one here.
Yeah, more than likely, that is probably hubcaps or miscellaneous wheel products for police cars. I believe it says Ford. More than likely for Crown Vics. That's who we exclusively buy all our missing hubcaps.
Okay, I was told that it was Ford Mercury steering wheels. So that would not be, that could be steering wheels for the Crown Vics?
No, that wouldn't be steering wheels. We wouldn't be getting them from Connie and Sons. They're basically all to do with tires, hubcaps, rims. That
So
kind of stuff.
replacement for ones that fall off the cars and stuff?
Yeah, usually it's for scout cars, Crown Vics, Fords. I could find out exactly what that says and let you know what it is, but more than likely, that's probably factory equipment. A lot of times, we can get them from them instead of having to go to the dealer, and we save money.
Right, makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion regarding the list of bills?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Sadowski? Neighbors.
Mr. Stevens? If it's listed for steering wheels, if airbags were deployed, they may actually have to replace the entire steering wheel for it, and not just replace the airbag. I don't think our Scout cars actually have hubcaps on them.
No, but he said that wouldn't be the case for Connie and Sons.
Okay, all right.
They buy hubcaps from them, so.
Okay, very good.
Any other comments? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt? Yes. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 8, budget expenditure report.
Motion to receive and file. Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The budget report's been received and filed.
Next agenda item is number 9, announcements.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Green?
did I hear correctly at our budget meeting the other night that the farmer's market's opening this Sunday?
That's what I heard.
Yes, May 1st.
I guess spring is here. Thank you.
There'll be live music this time, too.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting this Friday and continuing through Sunday, May 8th, the Lions will be collecting for white cane. So if you see the guys out with the white cane, the little cup attached, please dig in whatever change you have. We do not, in Warren, do not have the big fundraising we used to have with our bingo, so we're having to rely on donations more and more. Our collections go back into the community. We help with eyeglasses, with hearing aids, with ramp building, as we did this past weekend or so. So any change, a dollar here, dollar there, everything would help. Again, that's the Lions White Cane. Thank you.
Any other members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
A memorial mass was held April 25th for a very sad and tragic loss of one of our residents, Kevin Eugene Swain, a loving husband of Elaine, father of Matthew and Marshall, a friend to many, and a neighborhood spokesman for his neighborhood. He was a coordinator. He also was a GM affiliate. He died on April 16th, 2011, at a young age of 46. Everybody is trying to get together some memorial contributions will be appreciated to establish a trust fund for Kevin's 2 young sons. If you could please contact Wojcik Calcaterra Funeral Home, and also I'm going to try to get all the information over to our council office at 586-258-2060. I will have all that information transferred over so we can try to, support his family in this really hard time. He really was a hero. He won an award he was a fireman in a different city, and when he moved to Warren, he got a heroic award for a rescue of putting his life on line to rescue a family out of a burning house. And he is just very thoughtful in everything he did. He was very motivated with his neighborhood, got things together, accomplished a lot of things. He worked with Jerry Green, Commissioner Green, and really worked hard in his neighborhood. So my deepest sympathy to the Swain family. He's really a Warren hero and a great neighbor. And if we could have a moment of silence for Kevin Eugene Swain.
A moment of silence.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Mr. Bacamino.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make an announcement that the Veterans Memorial dedication, there will be one at the historic Warren Union Cemetery this year, and it will be in June 17th, and I know that's a little ways off, but I know that's most schools end that same week, so if any teachers are watching, maybe they could pencil that in, and somehow the history teachers or somebody could get the kids out there if you're interested in it. There will be Friday, June 17th from 2 to 4, and the 5th Michigan Regiment Band will perform Civil War era music dressed in traditional garb of the period on vintage instruments, so that's kind of a unique experience, especially if you bring out the children. It is open to the public. It is being sponsored by the Village Historic District Commission, the Warren Historical and Genealogical Society, Mayor James Fouts, and State Senator Stephen Beda. Again, 11 Civil War veterans have been identified in the cemetery, as well as veterans from World War I and World War II. So it's a good opportunity for any parents out there. You're wondering what to do that first Friday when school's out, or teachers out there, if you want to come take notes and then bring them back in the fall when school starts again. It's a good way to make history real to students when they can actually honor and see the grave sites, and as we just did, maybe even do a moment of silence and be involved in this reenactment. But Friday, June 17th, put it on your calendar. Thank you.
Any other council members?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Liss.
Thank you. Today is April 26th, and it marks exactly the 25th anniversary of the disaster in Chernobyl, Ukraine, which was then part of the Soviet Union. It occurred at 1:23 a.m. their time, and it's perhaps the worst nuclear accident that ever happened in the world. Now it's being shadowed by the nuclear accidents in Fukushima. The radioactive fallout was not detected or not advertised in the Soviet Union until 36 hours later. The local town that actually housed the plants, Pripyat, wasn't evacuated or started evacuating until 36 hours later. Meanwhile, in Kiev, a city about 60 kilometers away, about 45 miles away, they went on with their May Day parade, unaware of the fact that a radioactive cloud was coming over their heads and irradiated literally millions of square acres of land, which today is not inhabitable and may not be inhabitable for another 20,000 years. I'm not going to ask for a moment of silence for the victims. I'm going to ask that people go to donate money to an organization that does a lot, and it's a local organization. A lot of people here from Warren are members of it, called UCARE. It stands for the Ukrainian Children's Aid and Relief Effort, and also to find any charitable groups that assist the victims of the Fukushima nuclear disaster. UCARE is a 501c3 organization. That means it's been recognized by the U.S. government as a charitable organization. Its focus is on the children of Ukraine, mostly orphans, and it does help, but it is not solely concentrated on the victims of Chernobyl. You can go to www.ucareinc.org, and there are instructions there on how you can donate money. And in fact, they're soliciting funds right now for the summer camp sponsorship. And I'd also like to thank the Ukrainian Cultural Center that had its memorial observation of the Chernobyl disaster a couple weeks ago. It was well attended, and was also attended by dignitaries from the Japanese community. Thank you very much, Mr.
Les, could you repeat that site? I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The address, the link is ucare, ucareinc.org.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski.
On behalf of St. Sylvester's Church, I'd like to thank everybody in the community who came out to the fish fry over the Easter season. The money that's generated from the fish fry goes to help doing repairs within the church and adding to the community itself, and we certainly appreciate it. It's a great gathering point for everybody on a Friday night, and again, certainly appreciate everybody for coming out and supporting St. Sylvester's Church. Also, I'd like to congratulate Motown Boxing. Last week, one of their fighters placed fourth in the Michigan Golden Glove tournament, and moved on now to the national tournament and will be there this whole week. The young man fought last night and beat the number 4th ranked fighter in the country, and we hope that he'll bring home the Golden Glove trophy to the city of Warren. So congratulations, Motown Boxing and Jacob. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from council members? I have a few I'll be quick in these announcements. The Warren Symphony is hosting their wine tasting at Champagne's Wine Cellar on Chicago Road between Mound and Van Dyke. That's Thursday, May 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. Tickets are $25 a piece. If you're interested, please call 586-754-2950. Another event coming up Sunday, May 1st, starting at 11 a.m. The Warren Historical Commission will be looking for help in their Warren Union Cemetery spring cleanup that is on Chicago Road between Ryan and Mound. They ask that you bring your own work gloves, rakes, clippers, lightweight tarps, and be sure to wear protective clothing. On a sad note, Michigan lost 2 soldiers over the weekend, and I think it would be proper to recognize a moment of silence for Marine Lance Corporal Dominic Ceramatiro, who is 19 years old. He was from South Lyon, as well as Marine Sergeant David Day, who also passed away this past Saturday. He was from Gaylord and was 26 years old. So a moment of silence for the soldiers killed in active duty. Thank you. I'd also just like to extend our sympathies and, thanks to those that serve and sympathies to the family. And one last note, certainly not least, and unfortunately a sad note as well, Kalamazoo police officer Eric Zapata was killed in the line of duty. He was a 10-year veteran, and he will be laid to rest tomorrow. So I'd like to acknowledge a moment of silence for the slain officer Eric Zapata. Thank you. Go to the next agenda item.
Item number 10, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 7051 Hudson, vacant, dilapidated one-story house with additions, crawl space and slab, porch and miscellaneous debris, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 10 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Stephanie Kamakowski on behalf of Wells Fargo, the property owner of 7051 Hudson Avenue in Warren, Michigan. I have been in contact with my clients, and as of the 22nd, it has come to my attention that they are working on a sale of this property to an individual, and so I would ask the Council to table this matter for approximately 2 weeks to see what exactly comes of this. I'm not too familiar with the details regarding the potential sale. It's just come about in the last few days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else care to address agenda item number 10 before we close the public hearing?
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Dean James. I understand that Stephanie is representing Wells Fargo. Yeah, I thought you had said Trot and Trot. I think we've established that the house is unfixable and that what she is looking for is the possibility of the owner or new owners to pay for the demolition. So I would propose that we proceed with the abatement of this if possible. And we will hold it for a certain period of time, and if they decide to demo it, we would let them demo it.
Okay, thank
Am
you.
I correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, let me just finish the public hearing and then we'll ask you any questions. Anyone else care to address agenda item number 10? Seeing or hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Vogt.
Discussion.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With what Mr. Dean said, is that what you're looking to do, is get someone to purchase it?
Yes. My only problem is that I can't speak to what exactly the potential buyer would want to do. I know that my client has moved forward with obtaining bids, and they are, but for this potential buyer, they were planning to demolish the property themselves.
Is this someone buying a block of property, in your opinion?
Unfortunately, I don't know. I would say no. I believe it is an individual, but I honestly
Reviewing
don't know.
reviewing the file, it just does not seem repairable at all, and I think we should move forward with the abatement, and whichever entity decides to pay for it is fine with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Comartin.
just for the record, they have 60 days, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 60 days, just to let you know that the new buyers still have 60 days to take it down themselves.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Barkamino.
Yes.
Canada, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 11, a public hearing, appeal of determination of nuisance at 24525 Industrial Highway, garage only, and consideration and adoption of a resolution.
Item number 11 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Awada. I'm one of the property owners there. I'd like to inform this council that I never received any notice on this at all. Upon receiving the letter soliciting my participation here today from, I believe, the secretary of the council, which I thank Mr. Sadowski for sending me this notice, I would be unaware of this, as would my family, who are also property owners in this. I don't know which garage this is referring to. There are several addresses there. It's approximately just under 4 acres of land. There's a single-family home with 2 detached garages. I contacted my tenant after I received this letter. I actually got this on the 22nd. I contacted my old tenant, who indicated she had received notice of a prior hearing regarding the nuisance. If this is the older garage, within 60 days I can have it demoed myself, saving the city some money. You don't need to waste that, and it'll cost me a lot less to get it done than it would the city, quite frankly. If it is the garage that is directly adjacent to the home, I need some clarification, because I'd like an opportunity to fix it if something's wrong with it. I know several gutters need to be replaced, that I was waiting for the thaw to go in and do that. But other than that, that's a solid structure, the one that's directly adjacent to the home. But several parcels over, there are 6 continuous parcels on Industrial Highway, all of which are owned by my family. I'm one of the property owners there. Our names are on the title altogether. All of us have our address at Holmes Drive, is listed with the city. We get our tax bills there. The other property owners are my 2 children and my wife. So I was just shocked to get this, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to ask this question and to have, I believe you mentioned 60 days. That's more than enough time to demolish the other garage. But if it is the one adjacent to the home, I'd like clarification on that, because in which case I wouldn't go along with taking it down. I'd want an opportunity to fix it.
Okay. Anyone else care to address agenda item number 11?
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Yes, this is the garage that you can hardly see over there. Okay.
No problem.
And we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. That satisfies your...
Yeah, I'll have it removed in 60 days if not.
A bigger problem.
Thank you.
Good, I'm glad we were able to clarify that.
I would have been shocked to see some city trucks there just taking it down.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Anyone else care to address agenda item number 11? Seeing or hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to abate with discussion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Discussion, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at one page in the backup material. It says that certificate of forfeiture of real property dated March 1st, 2010, that this property is forfeited, so the person who was speaking at the public hearing, I don't know if they have standing.
It's right here, but he's not listening.
Mr. Awada?
Mr. Awada, do you have a second so we can ask you a question, please? There's a document in our file that says on March 1st, 2010, the property in question was forfeited to the Macomb County Treasurer for back taxes.
No, I've paid over $35,000 in back taxes earlier this year to remove those properties from forfeiture. The main home is subject to forfeiture again as of this coming year. It's not forfeited yet. Again, just on that one, those 4 parcels, I paid over $17,000 in taxes at the Macomb County Treasurer's Office. I additionally paid for a property located at 23242 Shaner Road, an additional $14,000 approximately. That was at the city and at the county level. So
And what address did you say that your mailing address should be?
Well, since this is televised, it's right on the envelope. The secretary has it. It's one that I just got mailed on the 21st. It's the Holmes Drive address without giving away the actual street number.
I just make sure that because there's several addresses in this file over the years, and I'd just be concerned that we have to operate based on the last known address, and it's very difficult to find people sometimes. But regardless, I'll hold or continue with the motion to abate.
Any other discussion from council members?
I have some questions.
Mr. List?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Awada, I'm taking a look at a nuisance abatement specifics for the city council, and it identifies Mark and Penny Awada as the owners.
Yes, and Allison and Adam Awada as well.
Right, that's in some other documents here. This is dated 10/27/2010, and I understand it's televised, but this is also available online for anybody to see.
Well, this isn't my home address on here. This is the address of the property in question.
That's where it would have been sent to. That's on the tax rolls.
No, on the tax rolls is something different. That is what the secretary sent the notification to. The actual address is contiguous to another address on Industrial Highway 24735, which is a prior residence of mine, whom I had a tenant staying at, who signed for the registered mail that was sent there earlier in the year. Like I said earlier, I called her to ask her if she got any notice of anything, because being at this level, I've dealt with the city before, because I own several rental properties in Warren. They send me a letter, I contact the inspector, I fix what's wrong, and I'm never before the council. This is my first time before the council as far as any of my properties are concerned.
Well, there were other...
This time something fell through, but I've already worked this out with, I forgot his name, and Mr. James and we understand this garage is going to be torn down. I'm going to tear it down if I don't have it torn down within the allotted time. You mentioned 60 days. The city is going to go in and take it down.
Council's not the first step in this process. It's the end of the process.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I had no notice of the prior proceedings.
And I'm trying to dig through that.
Right. It was sent to the resident there at 24735. For some reason, it wasn't forwarded to my address for the tax roll.
I'm with you on that, okay?
Thank you, sir.
How much taxes do you still owe on that property?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. It should be around 11,000.
I'm showing 2009 taxes due $961.44. 2010 summer taxes due $598.74. That would bring it up to about $1,500. And winter taxes due $18.24.
No, I'm talking about all 6 parcels. There are 6 continuous parcels there. I owe roughly 11,000 on all 6. There's a single-family home there that's about 1,700 square feet.
This is specific for 524 Industrial Highway.
Correct. It's one of the adjacent parcels. That's why there are 2 garages. It's almost 4 acres, all adjacent to each other at the Tennishaner area. It's behind that, used to be Roma Hall back in the day. They turned it into a teen nightclub and then Skinny's, and now it's some roadhouse type establishment right across the street from the hospital on Tennishaner. No one knows there's that much undeveloped land back there, and it's nice.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments from council members? I do just want to expound on what the gentleman is saying, is if our treasurer's office on taxes shows that a property tax is delinquent and you go to the county and pay for it, which is what you've stated that you've done, our system does not update even once they receive the money. So I don't know if that's, that appears what...
I'm not totally paid up to date. I still owe about 11,000 for those 6
No, and you did acknowledge that, but I'm just saying any of those that might be questioning any further beyond that, our paperwork would not state that because the county doesn't provide us they let us know ultimately that it's paid, but our computer system is antiquated and doesn't allow us to go in and say, okay, it was paid at the county.
If I could get clearances from the county and turn them in at the treasurer's office, would that clear?
Unfortunately, it doesn't help our computer system update.
Okay.
So, but you've already made the arrangements to rectify the situation, and I apologize that there was a lack of an additional notice going to the address that you're normally notified at. So, with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Boat?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Barcamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 12, a public hearing, review of special assessment roll number 369, in-ray abatement of nuisance at 8030 Chalmers, $2,092.50.
Item number 12 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion approved.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Ms. Comartin. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 13, a public hearing, request of Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to approve a Brownfield redevelopment plan for Saratisit USA INC at 11530 Stevens, 48089, and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the Brownfield plan.
Item number 13 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens? Yes. Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 14, a public hearing, request of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to approve a Brownfield redevelopment plan for General Motors LLC for the former GM Cadillac building located at General Motors Tech Center, 30009 Van Dyke Avenue, 48090, and consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the Brownfield plan.
Item number 14 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item may do so at this time. Seeing or hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and open this up for council action.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt? Oh, sorry. Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 15, an administrative hearing, consideration and determination, in re, request of General Motors LLC to approve an industrial facility tax exemption certificate under PA 198 of 1974 for the proposed redevelopment of the former Cadillac building at the General Motors Tech Center, 30009 Van Dyke Avenue in Section 9, and consideration and adoption of a resolution granting the industrial facility tax exemption certificate for the real and personal property component, determining the duration of the exemption period and termination date.
I'll move to approve the
Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Mr. Warner. It is an administrative hearing. Would anyone from the administration like to give a brief overview of what we're considering this evening? Good evening.
The city has been presented with a very unique and exciting opportunity in this recessed market to support and encourage General Motors to select the city of Warren for two proposed investment projects. I wanted to take this time to outline the proposed projects and to give City Council an opportunity to ask representatives from General Motors any questions they may have. Representatives from General Motors are here this evening. They are John Blanchard, Candace Butler, Troy Kennedy, and Kurt Lohr, and they will have an opportunity to address Council's questions a little bit later. This team is in the process of preparing their business proposal for consideration of GM's executive board, who will then select the location of the proposed projects. A team of the city has been working with these representatives since March to provide support and incentives, which we hope will result in the Executive Board selecting Warren for both projects. The first project is at the Tech Center. The Tech Center project involves renovating the former Cadillac building to house a consolidated data center with state-of-the-art security. The project is projected to have a total investment value of over $170 million and expected to create 25 highly technical, highly skilled, salaried jobs. The General Motors team is seeking a brownfield designation from the state of Michigan, which means that upon completion of the proposed project, General Motors will receive a Michigan business tax credit from the state. The Michigan Growth Authority approves brownfields in the state of Michigan. The authority will not approve a brownfield business tax credit without financial support from the local unit of government. That means, in order to receive a brownfield designation, the city must first approve a tax incentive. For this project, the administration is recommending approval of an industrial facilities tax exemption certificate for both real and personal property investments. This is 50% abatement of taxes. Therefore, the project will generate new tax dollars on 50% of investment with a projected additional $40 million investment that will be taxed at 100%. The proposed project qualifies for the 12-year exemption period, and a 3-year construction period is recommended for approval. This is a very important project for GM and the City of Warren. The brownfield designation requires a public hearing, which was just held, and the other IFTs or 198 abatements require administrative hearings, which we are in the process of right now. A separate resolution must be adopted by the City Council for each item. The Mega Board meets on May 17th to consider the brownfield plan. If approvals are received, we are hopeful that the City will hear by the beginning of the third quarter that General Motors has committed to the project at the Tech Center. General Motors is here to explain in more detail the proposed projects in just a few moments. The second investment project is at the powertrain plant. This project is the addition of a new line at the facility on Mound Road. The potential project is projected to have a total investment value of over $308 million and expected to create 401 jobs. As an incentive to select Warren for this proposed project, General Motors has requested, and the administration is recommending, an industrial facilities tax exemption on the real property investment, which is expected to be about $71 million of investment. Therefore, this project will generate new tax dollars on 50% of approximately $71 million of investment. The proposed project qualifies for the 12-year exemption period, and a 3-year construction period has been recommended for approval. General Motors has requested a total of 15 years exemption on the personal property. The investment at the powertrain facility will not only generate new tax dollars on the real property investment, but also means 401 new jobs, a 15-year commitment, and the resulting vitality to the area that all those new jobs will have. The administrative hearing on the request for an IFT at the powertrain facility and the administrative hearing for the personal property both require separate action by resolution of the council. The administration strongly encourages your support for these investment incentives. Now, if you have any questions, the administration and GM representatives would be happy to answer them. I'd like to introduce the GM representatives, if the council would like me to do so at this time.
Please.
Would the General Motors representatives please come forward? First, we have Mr. John Blanchard.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, sure. John Blanchard. I'm the Director of Local Government Relations for General Motors.
And we have Kirk Lohr. I was going to say Rohr. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm the project manager for GM's Global Data Center.
Thank you for being here.
We have Candace Butler.
Good evening. Candace Butler, Manager of Economic Development, and thank you for having us here this evening and considering our requests.
Thank you.
And Troy Kennedy.
With the tax staff, and thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, wanted to thank General Motors for maybe not in this case just selecting the community yet to work, because I guess that decision will be made later on, but considering the city of Warren and the tech center for this project, it's going to be I guess basically the brains of the operation. I mean, this is where all your data now is going to be concentrated and received from all your engineering facilities throughout the world. And you feel free to jump in.
Yes, it is. Right now, GM has our data centers across the globe. There's 16 major ones and about 25 smaller ones across the globe. When GM leadership asked me to take a look at this project, what my objective was to basically improve our security for our intellectual property and consolidate that. The one direction I had was from executive officers were to bring in GM's data under the control of the U.S. Constitution, and he said the United States Marine Corps. There was some feeling of risk having your intellectual property spread out across the globe for various reasons. So my objective was to bring that in-house, improve security, build a green data center that was much more energy efficient. So that was the initial objective when we started.
Part of what you had said yesterday was one of the reasons that Warren is being considered for the project is because of the abundant availability of power that you have access and the amount of power you would need in order to run that facility. Also, the advantage of having a building that has been sitting vacant for a number of years. It's the Cadillac building there on the tech center that you can see right from Van Dyke. And so Warren will now have a building that's been obsolete and sitting vacant now for quite a long time, and having that back in active use. And again, thank you for your consideration. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. The leased property, which is not part of the IFT, what's the value on that?
We're estimating it 40 million.
40? And that's all inside of the DDA, and that'll be at the full personal property tax rate? Okay. I'm just scribbling some math on that and counting chickens before they're hatched. But as Mr. Sadowski, and I'm sure all of us, we look forward to that project. We hope you consider both of them. I think the city could really use it right now, and I think some of the residents, especially with the employment possibilities at Powertrain, I think that would be a positive impact on the city, and we look forward to seeing you here again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You, Mr. Comartin?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I wanted to, first of all, thank the administration for really having updates brought forward to council and keeping us well informed on this whole issue. Two, I think keeping businesses in our community viable and wanting them to expand here, their dollars in our community is vitally important, because it takes the leverage off our residential tax base. So we need you here. We want you here. We would love to have you have us as your number one choice. Secondly, I know that all the figures, it was said earlier in regards to jobs, those are vitally important to keep the numbers here in the community. I think it's important that we have a powerful global component to our city, and I think that's what you are. When we have gone through your facility, your uniqueness of how you communicate around the world is so important to us here. So I think having that networking ability, we want it here, so we appreciate it. Secondly, on behalf of the administration, Nancy, I do have a question for you. I know that we went through all the checks and balances. You guys have gone through as far as the viability of everything and put together the complete package for us. The only thing that I ask, and I probably ask it on a regular basis, no matter what company is on the annual performance reports. It says in the agreement that it's only if we request them. So I would want to make sure that the city does request them, because no matter what, I'd like to keep us informed and up to date on everything.
Actually, the report is requested 24 months after the completion of the project, and we do request those. The GM agreement is slightly different than the agreements that we typically use, so, but they too do report.
Excellent. All right, and that's all. Just keep everybody on the same playing field, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kurt, I didn't get your last name again.
Kurt Lair?
Lair. You had mentioned last night a lot of particulars went to a favorable opinion of this facility. One was the fact that the fiber optic lines were already laid from AT&T and Sprint. Was it?
It was AT&T and Verizon.
And Verizon, okay. And also being centrally located, the intellectual security, because you said some of the things are already over in China.
There's always concern about having intellectual property under GM's control, and that was one of my objectives at looking at facilities, was being able to ensure we had U.S. legal control of our intellectual property.
Okay. Now with the other facility, we went through the hiring process of how you would go about gaining employees, but for this particular operation, how are you going to go about determining the hiring process?
Well, in terms of the facility itself, there will be jobs related to the maintenance and upkeep of the data center proper. That's the generator sets, the physical infrastructure, the power generation, the cooling systems. Those will be at a higher level technical jobs in terms of the infrastructure of the data center. There'll be additional support for the security systems, the command center systems, the networking components within the data center. So all of that high tech related to power generation, high volume cooling, and command and control of the data center.
Now, would those specifically be internal promotions or specifically new hires?
Those will be additional new jobs that are now being done across the globe. We'll consolidate them here as new jobs.
Okay.
It won't be brought in, though.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Any further comments from council members? Mr. Buckamino?
Thank you, Madam President. Real briefly, I just want to thank General Motors again for, during this reinvention process over the last several years, I think you've laid out the blueprint for this new economy and how to get through some storms. I know the City of Warren is also navigating through some of those same storms. It's nice to have you as a business partner considering us. And citizens watching there, this is something that I think is a win-win situation for both. Obviously, we have a history together, and hopefully we can continue that and have a future for many years. Thank you.
Mr. List?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the gentlemen and ladies for being at our committee of the whole meeting yesterday and answering all our questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you. I guess I kind of would like to more or less make the statement about General Motors and the facility that sits across from City Hall over there, and the impressiveness of that entire facility. The vehicle engineering building, which was built several years ago, really the entire world answers to what goes on in that building, and it's impressive that that facility sits right here in Warren on that square mile of property that General Motors owns. By having the data facility now there, all the intellectual properties now will be housed over at that facility. And I don't think many people know about the wind tunnel that sits on that facility. It's one of the very few facilities that General Motors, I know, rents out on a number of occasions. And during, I believe it was the past Winter Olympics, just beforehand, some of the downhill skiers had actually come into that facility to have their equipment wind tested. And the article was in Sports Illustrated. And again, this is all happening in our community. And I'm not sure if people are really aware of what goes on over there. And really, again, the world, when it comes to General Motors, answers to that facility, and having this new investment coming there, and then the other one now down on Mound Road, I think is really going to continue to keep Warren on the world map. So again, thank you.
Any other council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank you, Candace and gentlemen, taking your time last night explaining to us everything that's going on, because that's something we all kind of like to know, what's happening, and the timelines of when we might be able to hear back of how things are happening. And I know for any one of us, if there's anything you require of us, if there's something you need, just give us a call or tell Ms. Burgess, and I'm sure she'll let us know. And we can call meetings in 18 hours notice, so thank you again.
Any other council members?
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to thank you, and I really hope that we're considered on this, and I'll be saying a prayer every night that we do get both projects, and that Warren is selected. This would definitely be a boost for our economy. And thank you very much for answering our questions last night. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Borges, just real quickly, if the project is delayed for any reason, or maybe even done quicker, how would we adjust the schedule, or would there be an adjustment?
Our understanding, as indicated in our communication to the council, is that GM Executive Board is hoping to make a decision within this next quarter. And if it was to be delayed beyond September, the information will already be into the state. The council's resolutions will be into the state. The state will have taken action. Therefore, anything that is purchased or any renovations in real property that take place before December 31st of 2011 will already have been approved by the state. So I don't believe that there will be any further action that would need to be taken by the city council.
I'm just referring to a previous situation where there was, I think on the research and development, I'm not exactly certain off the top of my head, but there was a delay in the construction of the project, the overall project. And I think we ended up extending the time out 2 years. And I just curious if we have parameters in place of if, should we be awarded, I realize it's going beyond further, but should we be awarded this project? Are we familiar with how we would adjust that?
If it was to be delayed beyond December 31st of 2011, I would suggest and recommend that we come back to council and ask for an amendment to your actions. Do you have any comments on that, Mr. Blanchard or Troy?
We would ask for an amendment.
It's typically how it would be handled if it was delayed.
Okay. All right, well, as everyone has already stated, I greatly appreciate you considering us, and I hope you're successful not only in awarding that, but continued success within the city of Warren and other locations as well. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your time.
Go ahead and call the question, Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Buckamina.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 16, an administrative hearing, consideration and determination in re request of General Motors LLC to approve an industrial facility tax exemption certificate under PA 198 of 1974 for the proposed project at the General Motors Powertrain Manufacturing Plant 23500 Mound Road in Section 28, and consideration and adoption of a resolution granting the industrial facility tax exemption certificate for the real property component, determining the duration and exemption period and termination date.
Madam Chair, I will move the resolution granting the industrial facilities tax exemption.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Liss, support by Ms. Vogt. Item number 16 is just an individual, basically continuation of item 15 and everything that was just discussed. So if are there any additional questions from council members?
Well, this is on powertrain.
Well, I know, but they already outlined the plan
Okay.
in the previous presentation.
Very
But
good.
is there anybody with questions? All right, with that, did you need to add anything, Ms. Borges? No. Go ahead and call the question, Mr. Liss.
Yes.
Ms. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. Warner.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Comartin.
Yes.
Mr. Buckamina.
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item number 17, an administrative hearing, consideration and determination in re request of General Motors LLC to approve a new personal property tax exemption certificate under PA 328 of 1998 as amended for the proposed project at the General Motors Powertrain Manufacturing Plant 23500 Mound Road in Section 28, and consideration and adoption of a resolution granting the new personal property tax exemption certificate for the personal property, determining duration and exemption period and termination date.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Again, a continuation. Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 18, an administrative hearing. Request of the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters Holding Company, LLC, to add East Point Manor, INC, as co-licensee, and request to drop Continental Cafe Incorporated as co-licensee in escrow 2010 Class C licensed business and dance entertainment permit located at 23401 Mound Road, Warren. Administrative report approved.
Item 18 is an administrative hearing. I need a motion.
Motion.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Liss. Good evening, Commissioner Green.
Good evening, Council. I'd recommend that Council approve this transfer. You have the backup on it. The Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters was in partnership with Continental Cafe, and that through legal agreement, they were dropped as the provider for food, beverages, and related catering businesses. And now this is East Point Manor on Gratiot and East Point. They're going to assume the concessionary portion of this licensee, but they'll be benefit from receiving profits as well from the sale of liquor and beer and wine, so they have to be added as a co-person on the license. And this gentleman, I don't know, I haven't met these people, so they're here.
Would you mind introducing yourselves for the record, please?
Council members, my name is Brian Beckman on behalf of the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters Holding Company.
Benny Bomrito, on behalf of East Point Manor Banquet Hall.
And I'm Dominic Bomrito,
Thank you for being here.
the father of Benny.
We're at the final stages. I believe this is the last stage before the final approval. The Michigan Liquor Control Commission has already tentatively authorized the transfer of the co-licensee pending the esteemed resolution of this council and a specific form from the police department. Once that's sent over to the Liquor
kind of
Control
hard.
Commission.
It's kind of hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, once the matter is transferred to the Liquor Control Commission, this matter should be resolved with everyone involved, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Any comments from council members? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 19 is an administrative hearing. Request for approval to transfer ownership of escrow 2010 Class C licensed business located at 11536 East 10 Mile Road from Jaspers of Warren LLC to Ahmad Family Enterprises Incorporated. Transfer location to 5709 12 Mile Warren. Step 2, administrative report approved.
Motion to approve. Support.
Motion by Mr. Green, support by Mr. Stevens.
Again, council, everything is good here. This is a escrowed license from the old Bellasinos on 10 Mile, and it's going to be transferred to Oasis Mediterranean Cuisine there at 12 Mile and Mountain.
Good food.
And they're represented by council here as well.
Good evening, Gary Alawi, attorney for the company, doing business as Oasis Mediterranean Cuisine.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Any comments from council members?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Good evening, Counselor. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
It says in the application there's a new outdoor service area?
That is correct. It's, my client has submitted all the requests to the city and it's been approved.
Gone through planning and all that?
That's correct. It's all been approved. We're just waiting on the building process. I believe they're waiting for the spring to finish the build out, and then there'll be the second step into the approval. The state has approved that it'll be done on 2 steps as far as the liquor license approval. And,
Up for that area?
correct.
Okay.
Actually, that construction is not complete yet, and there's a note on the file that it needs to be completed before the certificate of occupancy and the outdoor use permit's okay.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Happy Easter.
Any further comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski?
Is the outdoor going to be in the front or off to the side?
Off to the side.
Off to the side? Great, great. That's right over there in Heritage Village then?
Correct.
Yes, okay. Used to be, I think it was Tessone's?
Tacony?
Tacony, yeah. Very good.
Excellent
Have not
food.
eaten there yet, but
highly
I will make a
recommend
trip
it.
in, so
Good
thank you.
people, excellent food.
Very good.
More than welcome.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Comartin?
Just the size, do you know the area, dimensions of the outside space area?
It goes along almost, I don't have the actual dimensions. Yeah, it's just but it goes along right from the front all the way to the side door of the building. Roughly, I believe the sidewalk is about 7 to 8 feet. The seating area is going to be about 5 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
Don't
so-
hold me on the dimensions.
Might take a second, but
Yeah, it's all right. And was there any variances or anything needed or not? No.
I don't believe so. We've submitted all the documents required by the city and it's been approved.
Okay,
yeah, it's zoning, planning, site approvals all done.
excellent. Thanks, Chair.
Here it is right here.
The only dimensions I see is that the fence itself, the metal fence, is going to be 3 feet. But I don't have the actual dimensions of the
Of
area
the
itself.
actual area itself?
Correct.
All right, I'll check with planning. Thank you.
Any further comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Item number 20, an administrative hearing. request of Charlie Incorporated to transfer stock in 2010 Class C licensed business with dance permit located at 7266 East 9 Mile, Warren, by dropping Charles E. Riddle, deceased, as stockholder through transferring of 1,000 shares of stock to new stockholder, the Charles L. Riddle Revocable Trust. Kevin C. Riddle, trustee. Administrative report approved.
Need a motion and support?
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Ms. Comartin. Commissioner Green.
Yes, the police department would recommend that council approve this transfer. I believe council is here to address.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Riddle, personal representative of the estate of my father, Charles Riddle, and I'm the successor trustee. All we're simply asking to do is to transfer 100% of the shares of the stock, which are currently owned by the estate, my father's shares, to the trust so we can close out the estate. I'm running the business. I'm an attorney, so I hope you consider the request.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Riddle. I'm over here.
Yep.
I know it's hard to follow who's speaking. But I knew your father years ago and really liked him. So my condolences on your loss.
Thank you.
And good luck with running the bar.
You must have been with the Macomb County Probate, or not the probate, the Circuit Court bar there.
The Macomb County Bar Association, yes. Yes.
I got sworn in front of Judge Massaroni by my father, so thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Comartin.
Just one question. In the application, any changes to the square footage of the dance area or anything else? Everything's staying consistent?
Everything will stay the same.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just one other question.
Mr. Bacamino.
Thank you, Madam President. Just real quickly, it says in the back up here that the zip code for your permanent address is 4807 something. I don't know, the Royal Oak.
My zip code is 48073. That's where I live.
73, thank you. That's all. It didn't have that last three there. I was just checking.
Any other comments from council members?
Well, I was going to mention Royal Oak, but...
All right, with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Public hearing, in Ray, proposed 2011-2012 fiscal year City of Warren budget.
Item number 12 is a public hearing. Anyone that would like to address the currently proposed budget is welcome to do so at this time. I ask that you just be watchful of those getting up and come up one at a time.
Would you please state your name clearly for the court reporter?
Yes,
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is David Klein. I'm a civil service employee here in the city of Warren. I'm here to address the city council and citizens of the city of Warren to let them know that civil service employees know and understand the difficult economic times we are in. We are the foundation of the city. Mayors and their administrations come and go. Civil service employees are the constant stability that the city has. Civil service employees are the checks and balances between the citizens and the administration. We know the ins and outs of how the city is operated. The problem now is that the foundation has reached its limit. As we speak today, we are the breaking point. We are bare bones. We are performing our duties to a higher elevation than ever before, and yet city services have not diminished. We are stretched out, and if the rubber band is stretched anymore, services to the citizens will suffer. The healthy fund balance was created by the civil service employees taking concessions for the past 12 years. The employees have agreed to give back and sacrifice for the welfare of the city. We have been doing that for a long time. We don't agree with jackpot pensions, and measures have been taken to correct it. Pensions have been kept at 80% of base pay, and due to employees converting to a 401A. All new employees are enrolled in a 401 pension plan, and health insurance is no longer provided after retirement.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if you just bring your face back just a little bit, we won't get that pop.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Not used to speaking here. Sorry about that. You could call me Dave. So when the employee retires, the city has no burden. There's no more fat to cut. Working conditions have diminished, but not services to the residents. If this administration cuts any more, there is going to be a detrimental effect on everyone. When you see an employee, ask that employee what's really going on in the city. It's not so rosy. So I ask to the City Council, please scrutinize the mayor's proposed budget and do what is best for the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not much of a public speaker. If you guys know me, I don't get out and speak a lot, so bear with me this evening. But Madam President, Honorable Council, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
I'm just going to cite some facts tonight. And
Why don't you just state your name for the record, please?
I'm Gregory Suma, lifelong resident of the City of Warren and city employee. I'm going to cite some facts this evening. And I want to, because there's been a lot said out there in the public about, jackpot pensions and city employees bloated on their salaries and stuff. I'm going to cite some things this evening that are true.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sumanel, can you come a
hear
little
me?
closer? There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, thank you. Back last May, there was a millage that was put before our voters in the city, and it was for the libraries. I don't visit the libraries, but you know what? There are a ton of people in my area, in my neighborhood, city employees, young children that visit the libraries. I sacrificed and voted for that millage because I know people use that. So that's one area of sacrifice. Over the last, this is from the current year's proposed budget. 2003's full-time city employees were 847. We're down to 630 with this proposed budget. That's a reduction of over 20% of workforce. We have professional paralegals that work in the city. Sacrifice again. Their salary is $35,000 a year. They have a defined contribution plan, no jackpot pension. The minimum, what Governor Snyder's proposing of 10% contributions in the DC plan, that's what they're getting. We've already implemented that in the city. Legacy costs. They won't have retirees' health care when they retire. They've got a health savings account put aside with a 1% contribution. So those legacy costs are no more. Dateline, April 26, 2011, Detroit News today. Ford, best quarter earnings since 1998, $2.6 billion, or 61 cents per share. I'm so happy our auto industry is coming around and people are starting to get some jobs back. It's just great to hear. This investment by General Motors, fantastic. We really need something like that. But what Ford did in the last quarter regarding raw materials and transportation costs, in response to higher costs of raw materials and commodities, Ford increased its prices by an average of $117 per vehicle at the end of last quarter. Now, we have a set budget because we're absorbing those additional costs from higher fuel, the roads that are being repaired. There's higher costs involved in that in transportation, and we just can't pass that on to our residents. But we're coming to a breaking point. And finally, I wanted to say, this is a tool used by the retirement systems that the administration and council members sometimes see. It's an actuarial evaluation report. This is the state of the pension plan of the City of Warren general employees, citing from 2009. 2009, 520 retirees in the plan. Their average salary, average pension, was $25,381. It's black and white. So we're not, jackpot pensions aren't there, and I'm just saying we've got to look forward to next year's budget, and we've got to look for some real solutions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Lee Zumbrunnan, president of Local 1250. My name is Lee Zumbrunnan, and I'm the president of Ask Me Local 1250. Local 1250 is the largest, City of Warren's largest union, and we have members in nearly every department of the city. I represent the civil service employees that many of us, the services they perform, we take for granted. We just We just don't think of them. For example, we were the DPW specialists that plowed the streets in the middle of the night when the snowstorms came in February. We are also the sanitation operators that pick up your trash every week. We're the office assistants that answer the phones and are really the initial contact that citizens have with the city of Warren. So with the quality there, those are the faces that the people remember because they were the first ones they deal with. And if they have a good response with them, everything, they look at the city in a better way. But unfortunately, all these jobs are vital to the city. But unfortunately, a lot of these positions are being eliminated in the upcoming budget. The upcoming budget, the proposed budget, plans on cutting 17 of Local 1250 positions. Over the past 5 years, we've lost approximately 27% of our positions. And if we lose what they're proposing now, it's going to be another 7%. That's a third of our members will be lost over that period. And a lot of the citizens and council didn't know that because the ones that have remained, we've picked up the slack. We've worked extra hard without increases in pay, and services have not suffered. But we are at a breaking point also. We can no longer afford to cut. We can no longer afford to cut these positions, or the services will suffer. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. There's only so much we can cut. I'd like to thank the citizens of Warren for letting Local 1250 serve as civil servants. We take pride in our city and of the work we do. The civil service employees, together with the citizens of Warren, have made this city what it is today. I would like to thank the City Council for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight and to look at the proposed budget carefully, at the cuts that they're proposing. And if they have any questions, they can call me and we can meet and I can discuss what kind of impact some of these cuts will have. Because I know that if some of these take place, they are going to impact the services that the residents get. And I know if we all work together, we can continue to be proud of this city that we live in and work for.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Barnes. I'm president of the Warren Police Officers Association. I've lived in Warren most of my life. I do love this city, and that's why I'm here today. I'm kind of going to go over a few things that I think I'm going to reiterate some of the things Dave said and Lee and Greg. You know, we all sort of talked about this, and we're all of like mind. We know that the police department and other divisions of the city, we've kind of hit the bottom. For the last few years, the City of Warren employees, we've done what everyone's asked. What you've asked, we've done more with less. I know you guys have heard that phrase several times. We've done it. Over the last 10 years, the police department alone dropped from 246 sworn police officers to 203 sworn officers. Population hasn't declined that much. Crime certainly hasn't gone down. Number of firefighters and police officers combined are at their lowest level since 1974. Now, I will grant this, Commissioner Green, he's made every effort to keep our road patrol strength staffed at its current levels, which I certainly applaud him for. He's eliminated supervisory positions and investigative positions in this current proposed budget. Now, although it's something I believe that maybe he had to do, and I do agree with him, just to sort of keep this train rolling, just people need to know that every position cut was a sworn police officer. Every position cut, no matter what their job in the department, they carried a badge and a gun and were ready to serve the city at any given moment. So we're going to do everything we can to provide the same level of service which the public's accustomed to for as long as we can. We'll always try to maintain services and keep the city safe. We've watched our numbers dwindle over the years, yet we've always protected the citizens of this city with unwavering diligence. This budget marks the point at which we can be stretched no further. Looking at these numbers, I don't think we can lose any more. The past few years, they've been difficult for some of the citizens of our city. We recognize that, myself included. Many have watched the value of their homes plummet. Their reduction in value caused the obvious taxable value reduction, and that created a multi-million-dollar hole in the city's revenue. Average citizen pocketed, though, more than $200 in savings, tax savings over the last year and the year before that. But at what cost? I don't think they realize that. They certainly haven't over the last couple of years because we've kept the level of service the same. There's no millage increase levied in order to recoup even a small amount of the tax savings. The money was and is gone. If we just have to face it. Many of the city's services were affected, though. Parks and Rec, sanitation, police, fire, we all bled a little bit. But we braced for that reduction in manpower and the increased workload, and we did more with less. we held the line, and it's pretty obvious. Any citizen that lives in the city knows that. Now, during the prior administration, the city's leaders and the city employees, all of us, we were able to aid Warren's future by developing ways to save money. Together, we were able to bank more than $30 million. That money we saved, it's saving us now. Through the mutual creation of the $18 million VIBA fund, the health savings plans that we talked about earlier, the elimination of lifetime health benefits for retirees, the jackpot pensions. We agreed to pension caps long ago, long before it was even a hot button issue. They're savings that made Warren stronger. It's a stronger city because of that. And in these lean times, we've also worked diligently. I know for a fact, along with our commissioner, Commissioner Green, to curtail overtime and reduce costs, and he's done a fantastic job of doing that with, of course, our cooperation. And we're always going to continue to do our part. We just want to assure you that, but we need you to help us help you. We can't bear much more weight. Next year, obviously, when the election dust is settled, it's going to be time to look at the millage again, and I'm sure next budget we're going to talk about this. I'm not talking about increasing taxes, drowning the homeowner, nothing like that. It's a few dollars. The savings that homeowners have enjoyed for the past few years and will enjoy this year, they're going to enjoy again, even with a little tax increase, but that's for another time. But we're talking about overall saving the city. And I think everybody who lives in Warren wants to do that. We all hear the words cut the fat. Dave mentioned it prior to this. I hope I'm not the only one in this room besides the 4 guys standing behind me that knows that there's no more fat to cut from the backs of the employees. We're doing the work of 2, 3, 4 employees that used to shoulder the load with us. Now, we're on the front lines. We know that this battle can be lost. We see the fate suffered by Detroit and Flint, Pontiac. I was going to say Royal Oak, but I don't think Mr. List wants to hear that. You know, we just don't want to take the same path. None of us do. We want the city to be one in which we could be proud to live in. And you guys have to stop the race to the bottom, and I know you all recognize that. Citizens of the city, when you're out and you pass a policeman, Dave mentioned this, you pass a fireman, a city worker, stop and talk to them. We'll talk to you. Now, if you're going to approach a policeman at 2 o'clock in the morning, approach like this, but he'll still talk to you. But we want to make sure that the citizens understand that we're approachable, all of us. You know, we'll take a few minutes. We'll do it on our own time. I have an office at 14 and between Van Dyke and Hoover, 11304 14 Mile that I work out of. Stop by. If you want to stop by and knock on the door, I'll talk to you anytime you want. I'll meet with you after hours. It doesn't matter to me, but we want to make sure that you understand we're not up here crying wolf. We are really saying that we're holding the line. We're doing what we can to keep this place a great city, the great city that we all really adore, and we want to keep it great. So stop and talk to any one of us. You see a guy in an orange vest at a water main break, you see a fireman, talk to us and we'll tell you what we think. And we're not going to cloud it with any other, agendas or anything like that. Now, all that I ask is that on this budget, that when you look at it, again, if you try to make cuts, just recognize that we're at the lowest levels I think we can be at without reducing service to the city. And once we start down that path, it's just going to continue. It's going to continue to the point in the police department where instead of having the response times we have to these runs, these in-progress runs, which in our case is sometimes a minute or less, whereas opposed to Detroit PD, which is 23 minutes to in-progress runs. They didn't just get there overnight. It took years, and we don't want to be in that boat. We want to stay where we're at. We want to be able to keep this city, the city that we've been accustomed to for the last 50 years. So I just ask that you consider that when you vote on this budget this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bless you.
Good evening. I'm Jim
evening.
Hill, the Warren Firefighters, Local 1383. I'm the Secretary of the Union. First, I'd like to start off saying the Warren Fire Department is the greatest fire department in the state. These are difficult budget times for all of us. But as a firefighter of this city and sworn to serve citizens of Warren, what I constantly hear is from our commissioners and appointed staff is, I've deleted this position and I'm not going to fill that position. But to what cost is this? Is to the safety of the citizens of Warren. When do we finally make a stand and say no? The people of Warren deserve these basic services. The fire department is the cornerstone of public safety. and the firefighter scope of work has grown during these troubled economic times. In 2004, our staffing was 176, and today it's 112. We have also added a premier EMS transport system, a tech rescue division specializing in confined space rescue, collapse rescue, rope and trench rescue, also a paramedic SWAT team. We're doing more with less, like everyone says, but in order to maintain this, what we need is adequate funding and support from the council and the mayor. And if we have that, we'll be able to continue to serve the citizens of Warren like we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dale Walker. I'm a lifelong resident, and I am an employee of DPW. In this year's proposed budget, you guys are proposing to cut 3 of our positions from our job. As many of you guys know, over the last 8 years...
I'm sorry, some people are having trouble hearing you. Can you speak just a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
As many of you guys know, over the last 8 years, we've lost 12 positions from our department alone. As it was said earlier, we're the people that get that phone call in the middle of the night and get the roads cleared for you guys. Myself, I'm a father of 5 children. That phone rings, I get up, I go, I plow the roads. Make sure roads are safe, make sure everything's done. We do lots of other things, coal patch, the holes, many jobs. We barely made it through this winter with 20 employees. If you guys cut us the extra 3 employees, I don't know if the citizens are going to get the service that they're accustomed to. We had help from other departments during the heavy snows. It works out, but you're not always going to get it. You know, you don't have the people that are used to operating the equipment. They're there every day. They're trained on the equipment. I just think if you guys cut the employees with this proposed budget, I think that our department's really going to suffer, and I think the citizens will end up suffering services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tom Kittner. Given the limitations of a depressed economy, average people are taking great pains to balance their finances. Fairness and common sense dictate that elected officials do the same. We should be especially concerned about government deficit spending, a key issue that's turning everyday citizens into patriots, as the people demand fiscal responsibility from the politicians. A financial crisis of disastrous proportions at the national level, where every dollar Congress spends is borrowed, has transformed America into a debt recycling machine. This crisis has trickled down to the state level, where our leaders are attempting to remedy a $2 billion deficit. We're seeing the elimination of film credits, reduced funding to local skills and universities, and cuts to state employee pay and benefits. There are protests at the state capitol and threats to recall the governor, but at least at the state level, they're attempting to cut the deficit. At the city level, all seems well, so long as you pay attention to the news reports generated by the administration's propaganda machine, which pumps out more city newsletters and press releases than do the publicists for Lady Gaga. But here in Warren, a reading of the proposed 2011 to 2012 budget reveals a $12 million structural deficit as expenditures far exceed revenues. This year, we're going to spend $12 million more than we're bringing in. So what is the mayor's economic antidepressant? A proposed money grab from the district court, an ill-conceived financial band-aid which misuses revenue from the court's building fund, a fund made possible by increased traffic fines. At its best, telling the public that raised ticket prices are for building a new district court while raiding the court's special fund to balance the budget is a broken promise to motorists. At its best. At its worst, it is fraud. But it's an election year, and we know what that means. No tough decisions by the administration because their focus is on re-election. Steal from the court fund, spend the savings, and kick the can down the road until next year. But what will they do the year after, when their spendthrift policies leave them without funds to rob? As you remember, in 2010, I led the first successful voter initiative in our city's history. As a result, council's future budget will be slashed considerably by the elimination of 2 of its members. Last year, the people fixed what council wouldn't. This year, the onus is on the members of this body to initiate positive change. It's doubtful that over 50 years ago, when our charter was modeled after Detroit, now a failed city, its writers could foresee a time when the powers they entrusted to the mayor's office would be financially ruinous. More cuts from council won't be enough to reverse the deficit. City Council has the ability and obligation to fix our city's financial woes by initiating not a charter amendment, but a comprehensive charter revision. Balancing the budget by balancing bureaucratic power is the duty of this council. Perhaps it's time to consider a city manager form of government rather than a form of government which is represented by strong mayoral powers. Please don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Joe Dabrowski. As you all know, I sat through and I taped all of the budget meetings, as I've done for the last few years, and I found a few things pretty interesting. We actually had a department head say that they felt they deserved a raise in these times. And I found that absolutely appalling that she would even say that. Because I'm sure there are plenty of employees in the city who deserve a raise. But the fact that this person would even say that was, to me, was just absolutely disgusting. That she would implore you guys to give her a raise. Very disturbing. But I think what needs to happen in this budget is you guys need to hold the line and not buckle. You need to make this a line item budget. You need to stop laying off people, because the cry has been we're losing jobs, we're losing jobs, we're losing jobs. And yet this city for the last several years has participated in those festivities year after year after year. Eventually, we have to stop. You cannot stop cutting people. You know what? They may not like it, but people are going to have to take some pay cuts and share the pain that way to keep some of their people so that they don't eliminate all the services. Find some more creative ways to save money. I heard things like we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on computers and telephones. And it's with the excuse, oh, the DDA paid for this and the DDA paid for that. We've been hearing these excuses year after year after year. And now let's take all the money from the court fund. Well, somebody came up with a good compromise. Let's take a little bit to help shore that up. Well, then their answer is they're going to be petty and say, okay, you take the money, we'll stop collecting it. These aren't childhood games we're playing here. You know, we're going to take some of the money to shore up our budget problem, and then their answer is they're going to stop collecting it. I told you guys a while ago I didn't think it was right that East Point and some of the other cities are collecting money when the police stop you and give you they come for an accident. What our court is doing, to me, in essence, is the same exact thing. But for them to say, if you take the money to shore up the budget, we're going to stop collecting it, is ridiculous. But I don't think taking that money is a long-term solution to the problem. And the last thing is, all these budget meetings have been videoed, so if anybody wants a copy, you can contact me on my cell phone, and I'll be more than happy to make sure that you get a copy of it. And the last thing is, I noticed when I was going through the agendas, you guys didn't cover the council office budget, you didn't cover the planning commission budget, and you didn't cover the ZBA budget. So you need to look into those items and make some major cuts there. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dean Barry, longtime resident. Well, there you have it, folks. The entire Warren Tea Party showed up tonight, and they all fit in one chair. And you believe that. Now he wants to change from mayor to a city manager. I hope this time, when that petition comes around, we don't fall for it again, now will we? Because this last endeavor is going to cause more problems. And anybody listening at home, Nothing out of that man's mouth should ever be trusted. Not for what he did to this city. And you let him get away with it, you five.
Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Kyle Atkins, taxpayer Warren. We were talking about the budget. I'd like to drop something on your mind. The more problems you have and the less people you have, the more problems you have.
Good point.
But with our DPW, if you recall last year, we had a lot of snow, did we not? And guess what? With the help that we had with the DPW, everybody knows where Federal Street is south of 9 Mile. It's going to run right down beside the school. It probably went at least 3 days before that street was plowed. And guess what? This little hillbilly got stuck right in the middle of it. Tore the exhaust off of my car. It cost me $100 to put the exhaust back on my car. I said that to say this. If you're going to cut out some of these appointees after appointees after appointees, why does any part of the city need a half a dozen bosses? I don't think we do. And that would be my suggestion. Instead of cutting the people's wages that's out here doing the work, sort of tie on to the ones that's making 70 and 80 and 90 and 100,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of Council and citizens of Warren, good evening. My name is Eugene Sawyer. I attended the budget meeting last Tuesday where the mayor presented his budget. And frankly, I'm disappointed in most of you people for going into a hardball league with a softball attitude. The only person that, to me, that actually asked a question of any value was Mr. Liss. What happened to $11 million, the shortfall of $11 million? And unfortunately, our mayor just couldn't give him a decent answer. And I was appalled by the mayor's political sarcasm. And that's just what it was, political sarcasm. Why he wouldn't answer, I don't know. And I don't think he knows either. But you know, the problem, the way I see it, is if you remember back last year when we were talking about this year's budget, I said to you people that we had $62 million, or just around that sum, in our general fund balance. Now this June 30th of 2010, after some lengthy digging around until I finally got to what I sought, turns out there's a $49 million fund balance. What the heck happened to $13 million in our city? I don't think anybody can answer that. Mr. Bacamino, you're concerned with $50 per diems to Ms. Comartin and to the building authorities. How about $13 million? Where's your concern about that? You didn't even ask the mayor about any questions about our budget. Mr. Liss, I'm proud of you. You did a good job there. I'm glad you stood your ground. Why didn't the rest of you do it? Ms. Vogt, you did an admirable job too. I appreciate that. You know, this ain't your money we're talking about. It's some of your money because I know you pay taxes too. But you know whose money it really is? Mine, Mr. Khrushchevchik's, all these people here. That's all their money. You're supposed to be our caretakers. Don't you remember when you took the oath of office? You raised your right hand and you swore that you were going to uphold the charter and the Constitution and the laws of the state of Michigan? Unfortunately, some of you people have failed miserably. It's unbelievable. And here's another thing that, I don't know if anybody noticed this, but this is taken from the Warren Weekly on April the 13th of 2011. And what it did is it announced this meeting, this public meeting about the budget. But you have to pay close attention to the words that it said. That there will be a public meeting and they will discuss the property tax millage rate proposed to be levied in support or to support the proposed budget will be a subject of this hearing. Now you remember back when you went to school, you learned about the English language, and one of the things was past tense, present tense, and future tense. And when I read this, there was something in there that bugged me, really upset me. This was not the past tense of the money that you're going to talk about our budget, about the money that has already been levied, or the money that presently has been levied, but the words are to be levied. To me, that is significant because it signifies the future. That means that somebody, whoever wrote this notice, is giving me as a citizen, and I think I understand this, that they're going to ask for a millage increase. Well, I'll tell you one thing. My father, when he was living, he always told me never ask for a tax increase during a election year, because that's suicide. So, just to forewarn you about that, very in a corner of the Warren Weekly, thanks to Mr. Krzysztofczyk here, he's the one that pointed this out to me, and we discussed this. Now, is there something that's significantly coming out of a back room here? I hope not. And another thing that I would like to talk about, maybe this isn't the right time, but you know, the mayor made reference to Mr. Skip McAdams, our fire commissioner, what a fine job he did with the EMS. And I too agree, Mr. McAdams did a wonderful, wonderful job. But you know, there are people that kept this issue alive for 5 years. Mr. Atkins was one, Mr. Berry was one, I was one, Mr. Joey D was one, and some other people were. We kept this, we fought. We brought out signs in front of fire stations, and we did everything we could. But I want to read you something that was in the Macomb Daily, April the 21st. It was a letter that a man wrote to the letters to the editor. Maybe most of you read it. If you didn't, I'll read it to you. It says, EMS unit helps save a life. Quote, I had a very unfortunate incident in my home recently. I had a 95% obstruction in my esophagus due to a massive blood clot, making it very difficult to breathe. Fortunately, I was able to dial 911. The 911 operator was a lifesaver sent from heaven. She was by far the most compassionate, guiding, caring person that I ever dealt with while in distress. Very quickly, she dispatched the fire department and the EMS units to my home. The fact that she stayed with me on the telephone while I waited for help, giving me dates on the location of the EMS responders, was very comforting. In a very short period of time, I had 8 uniformed personnel in my living room attending to my medical needs. The professionalism of these people was outstanding. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that these people saved my life, and for this I will forever be thankful. In these days of gloom and doom and never-ending bad news, it's nice to acknowledge someone for not only doing their job, but doing it in a manner above and beyond expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, I'm proud that I had something to do with this, as is Mr. Krzysztofczyk, Joey D., Kyle Atkins, myself, and others. But the person that I feel has been really overlooked and not hardly mentioned was Mr. Louis Birdie. Because I can recall when he had a presentation in Conference Room A, how he laid out a plan. And unfortunately, our mayor did not act upon it. I think Ms. Camp had something to do with that too, so she deserves some credit for that. But he failed to act. He had a year, 2 years to act. No, he didn't, in my opinion, he did not find it feasible.
Mr. Sawyer, do you have any comments directly related to the budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. This is all related to the budget. So what I'm saying is this. He brought up the fact that we brought in, what, $2 million added to our fire department? That's wonderful. But the fact that the EMS saved a life is more significant. There is no price you can put on somebody's life. One more thing that I would like to say is, Mr. Joey D. is absolutely right when he says to you, when you look at this budget, just remember, it's the people that are paying the price. It comes out of our pockets. And of the people in this city, like I, there's about anywhere from 35 to 40% people that are on fixed incomes. And when you decide that you want to either raise their tax or keep this budget in line, just remember, these people don't get any raises. They are the supporters of this whole city. And if you neglect them in any way, they'll remember you come election time. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. Well, good times is what got us into trouble. We spent too much, and we didn't save enough. We squandered money, as for instance on this new city hall that we have. Even to today, it's draining our budget and utility costs, and the facade on it looks like the Hazel Park racetrack. And so we are in trouble. Our police cars, they were all one color. Now we changed them all to another color. I don't know why. It's just a big expense. We threw good money away acting just like the federal government. I think that we forgot to be fiscally sound, and now we're in trouble. It didn't just happen. It's been going on for some times. We always look to destroy buildings instead of maintaining them, like the Warren City Pool, which has disappointed so many people in this city. And now we have to be fiscally responsible. Good luck.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Chairperson, distinguished members of council, honorable city attorney. Henry Krastovchik, longtime resident of this community. First thing that the nine of yous must ask themselves, who do I represent? Do I represent the taxpayer who's footing the bill? Or do I represent the people who are making a living for working in the city? It's a fine line there. Based on my experience coming to these council meetings, I firmly believe that the nine people up there, city council, represent the public workers. I'll tell you why. This budget, 83% of what's going to be spent is going to be spent on people cost. Subtract 83% from 100, you got 17% to run the rest of the city. If this was a private enterprise or a business, you never make it with such an overhead. What are we doing about our neighborhood street repairs? Is there a provision in this budget that's adequate to start taking care of our streets? It's pretty bad. I mean, my neighborhood road is going to be like Chicago Road. Chuck holes all over the place. Well, yes, they come in there and they throw some of the coal patch and they go on. Is there a plan systematically to start repairing these roads in the city of Warren? I don't think so. If you people truly represent us, if you truly represent us, you will reduce the millage and give these people a break. How many city workers or public workers that you know of lose their homes through forfeiture that they can't pay their mortgages? How many lose their property because they can't pay the property taxes? And yet you've had union members come up here and say, oh my God, the world's falling in on us. We can't stand it anymore. 50% of them people don't even live in this community. But they're protecting their money. They're telling you we can't take any more cuts. What about us that pay the bills? Where do we get our break at? We get punished not only by the high tax rates, but by fees. I don't care what you call a fee is a fee, and a fee is a tax. Reduce the fees. How many people that come into that courtroom there that get penalized with exorbitant court costs? Some of them can't even afford it. Some of them take years to pay it back. But we jack up the fees. We got one council person over here who wants to raise the water bills on businesses. Scott Stevens. Got another council person that was talking about a 2% tax for the DDA to make costs. You know, these are two items that will deter people from coming into the city and occupying those empty industrial buildings and stores and what have you. The emphasis is too much on protecting that 83%. Is anybody going to start cutting these salaries or these benefits to where they should be? It's election time. And every one of you will go to these unions in this municipal area and say, hey, how about supporting me? And they'll say, okay, what you going to do for me? Well, instead of being 83%, knock it up to 90%. Our gasoline is going up. We need more money. Where is the emphasis is to bring the cost back to where realistic should be, and it should be on a level field with the private sector. There's people are hurting out there. $4 a gallon for gas. Some people have to burn 2-3 gallons of gas every day to go to work. And there's no end to it. With this, I'm going to read something to you people. And I'll conclude. The governor shall have power, and it shall be his duty to inquire into the condition and administration of any public office and the acts of any public officer, elective or appointive. He may remove or suspend from office for gross negligence of duty. or for corrupt conduct in office, or for any other malfeasance or misfeasance. Malfeasance, I wrote this down for Bacamino and Scott Stevens, is performance of a lawful action in an unlawful manner. Performance of a lawful action in an unlawful manner. Vote on the redistricting commissioners. Malfeasance, misconduct by a public official. The burden is upon you people to protect our dollar, not take care of the administration and the public workers. Remember that. Election time is coming. Thank you.
Anyone else care to comment? Good evening.
Good evening, Council. The budget, $1.7 million, maybe we could get a good sound system.
What's your name?
And a computer. My name is Joseph Hunt, and I live at 8306 Stanley. I'm a candidate for mayor this year. I was at the budget meeting, and I went through all of the different notes, and I would gladly take Jody up on the video. I'll talk to you later. Primarily, there's a lot of things in the budget that need to be ironed out. I guess where the priorities lie and why the city is spending money, but not going into creating money on its own. The main area that I look at is the way that the departments are being run, the departments and the divisions, and I'll take them in order. Basically, on day one, there's the public service director, and a lot of different divisions report to him, but I'm not too certain exactly why we would have to have that particular job for next year's budget. When it comes down to DPW, they do a good job. Building maintenance, they also do a good job. They've raised the fees, so anybody that comes into the city to buy a house is going to have to spend more in the fees themselves. As far as sanitation is concerned, this is a special revenue fund, but the one thing that I'm sort of surprised about is that these new trucks are actually breaking up the streets. I live on a school bus route, Stanley, and the street was bad before, but now it's even crumbling like a graham cracker. When it comes down to street lighting, I don't know why we have all these lights on at night. If we were to shut down maybe 2 out of every 3 in the evening, we wouldn't be spending $3 million. When it comes to engineering, we're really going through and repairing the roads. Is this working? Can you hear me? When we're going through, any time the federal and state dollars come in, we're matching those funds, but at the same time, it would seem to me that we're spending a lot of engineering time in fixing the infrastructure of the main roads and not really looking into the neighborhoods. I mean, especially if you go down Helmich Park and you go out onto Chicago Road, there's this big pothole. Actually, it's not a pothole, it's a sinkhole. And you can call up engineering, but the idea is there has to be something done about it now. I mean, it's on the north side of Helmich Park out at Chicago. With the Michigan Transportation Funds, I think they could be used a little bit better. And with property maintenance, the one thing that I'm looking at is that there's 5,500 vacated houses, and I'm really interested in finding out who owns these houses. Are they going to come back? Are they foreclosed? And I'd really like to put in a FOIA to find out exactly who are these houses, what neighborhoods are they in, what are the sections of the city. With property maintenance, if you go down to 8 and Van Dyke, the first block north, and the whole entire house or street is lined up with paper hanging out. It's really, the city's creating its own blight. Even though property maintenance is doing due diligence, as far as, according to law, we could do things a little bit differently as far as selling the houses. With the communications department, that comes off of fees, and quite simply put, I'm talking into this and I actually can't even hear myself, and I was going to bring up my laptop, but I can't interface and talk at the same time. So something has to be done about the presentation here. But at the end of day one, I came up with the conclusion that it's up to the council to actually oversee the funds of the city. On day two, of course, the mayor, he presented his presentation, And Mr. List, after 20 minutes, the mayor we had to take a recess, and he came back and he really didn't answer the questions like I'd like to see. Of course, when I see Jody's tape, I'll be able to relive it live. As far as the clerk, Paul's doing a good job. I like his people. The main thing is his objective is that he's going to promote voter turnout, and I'd like to find out exactly how that would take place. Treasurer, they're doing a fine job. In fact, it was the only portion of the budget where they didn't go through, the mayor's recommendation wasn't changed from the treasurer's budget. With the 37th District Court, that's unfortunate that...
Mr. Hunt, I'm sorry, if you take your one step away, it won't pop on the microphone.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, give me a break, $1.7 million. And it's almost like everybody tonight had to actually go, you're going forward, we're going backwards, and we have this right here. I can't even interface with the system, which is completely amazing. I could have had a presentation, but instead I'm like going back and forth. Thank you. But 37th District Court, Judge Schumer saved up a lot of money for the court. If anybody goes over there like I have, it's very interesting because you could take somebody from City Hall, drive them around blindfolded, and take them into the courtroom and say, what city are you in? And then they'd say, I don't know. It'd be like Warren, Michigan. I'm right next door. The thing, it's not modernized. But to take the $4 million to balance the fund, especially because these vacated positions were not filled, and then all of a sudden we're balancing the budget by not filling these positions. With the police and fire department, I like the guys, but however, because this is 63% of the tax dollars, I'd like to find out where I can get more information as far as the actual cost, you know, the grants, how they go about obtaining the grants. And one thing that disturbs me is that every time I look up in the backup material that you have, that the council office presents up on the website, is that they're spending a lot of money on plain clothes. I mean, especially the guys that have just retired under age of 50, they're spending $600, $700 on plain clothes, and I have to ask myself, how plain are those clothes? With police and fire, I'd really like, as a citizen, to be able to look into that a little bit more before and comment on that particular area. With the library is great. One thing I can suggest is that, you know, they have cash registers and they have the area. I don't know why we don't have, like, merchandising. There's really nothing inside of the budget that talks about advertising and merchandising of the city of Warren. They have the space, they have the cash registers, where the coffee mugs, t-shirts, anything related to Warren, they could sell them there and there'd be revenue for the city. I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of ways to generate revenue, but here we're talking about going into savings. I mean, particularly with the sanitation, those big trucks are ripping up the roads. And now the engineering objective is to, in some way, pass a millage in order for the taxpayers to fix these roads that the city is currently right now destroying. That's my street, it's a bus route, and I thought it was bad before. It's really bad now. You can go down Stanley, you can see it. It's right 12 in Van Dyke. At the end of the day, too, it's still up to the council to oversee the funds of the city. Basically, Parks and Rec, I'd really like to be able to go into the community center or Owen Jacks and be able to enjoy the facilities at a time that's convenient for me. Even in the pool room right now, I can't go in there in the morning because it's senior time. And it seems to me that with the smart bus, it's senior bus. I mean, the deal is that I haven't seen where we even have a bus that goes between City Hall and the community center, let alone bringing up people from the south end of the city. They can take the Van Dyke bus line, but once they get to City Hall, there's not really any public meetings to go around, and that can be something that we could put into place right away. As far as the controller, I like Rob. He's actually, the backup material today was very, very precise as far as percent of budget. With the information systems, this is the thing that gets me. There are 3 people in information systems and there are 5 people in the communications department, but that should be really looked at because the idea is that I can't even buy airtime on TV as far as, I'd like to buy airtime because I'm a candidate, but there's not really a policy in place. I mean, there's different rules under the federal time rule, but if somebody wanted to come into the city and use the government, education, and public access channels, there should be at least something there that says we can do it for you instead of all of these high quality shows that have no interest to me. With the city attorney,
I got a lot of FOIAs, but I'd rather ask the questions to people and get the responses from them as opposed to downloading your system. Primarily, you're understaffed. You can hire people that would help out with the legalities of the city. Assessing, that's fine. I have nothing against the assessing department. Human resources, I mean, the unions are here. They were there at the meeting. And long story short is that we have to have revenue in the city. In order for people not to lose their job, we have to have revenue. We can't have this continue keeping people out. With the Community Economic Development and Downtown Development Authority, that's sort of like the key to the future. The idea is that in order to develop the community, we have to know exactly what we have, how to get rid of it, how to sell the city-owned property. And with the DDA, you know, back 10 years ago, we were a city of progress, and it seems like when the current mayor came in, we really stopped doing that type of thing. I've looked at all of the DDA stuff. It was unfortunate that Mr. Brown could not be in on Monday to describe the DDA. Going through all the notes at the clerk's office, it's interesting, you know, the way that the debt financing takes place. But the future of the city is really based upon, you know, revenue. But at the end of that day 3, it's still up to the council to oversee the funds of the taxpayers. The nice thing about Monday is that with the commissions, these are the appointed people. These are the, you know, the appointed people by the mayor or by the council. And this is really where the heart of the city is at, because they have, with the Housing, the Cultural Commission, the Historic Commission, these are all people getting together that make suggestions to the administration or the council to enhance the city. And I think that the nice thing here is that we should have, at a minimum, according to the organization chart, is the Communication Commission, because the idea is that there's a problem with this microphone, there's a problem with the airtime, how I can get like old things that have been created by my tax dollars, I'd like them all at the library instead of being hidden away. I mean, anybody that wants to see the city council back to 1997 can go to the library. It's very entertaining. But in conclusion, basically, I'm on the ballot. You know, the field will be frozen 2 weeks from now. It's going to be interesting because the idea is moving the city forward, but with the budget, please consider putting something in there regarding marketing and advertising of the city, because right now there's really nothing in it besides 83% of human costs. And the idea is that these departments are marching to the beat of one person's drum. The idea is that at a minimum, if we have all these employees there that are, you know, want to preserve their jobs, at a minimum, let's put a suggestion box in City Hall so people can stuff it with good ideas for changing the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
You have to excuse me, I have a cold. Lynn Martin, I'm a longtime city resident, and I'm a city employee. And I hear a lot of talk about cutting the workers, and I don't hear anybody complaining about what it costs to have a prisoner. If I was a bad person and I went to prison, I could get a college education for free. I could get my medical, my dental, I get my food, I get everything handed to me. It costs $35,000 a year to keep a prisoner in prison. How about the people who are handed a paycheck or a welfare check? They're not contributing to society. It's the worker that's contributing to society that everybody wants to cut. We're out there working, we're doing a good job, and everybody says, okay, you need to cut. I think it's ridiculous that it's the federal government who took a lot of the private sector jobs and made it beneficial to send them overseas. That's why the public sector is hurting. I don't hear people crying about the fact that our federal government is giving raises to all their staff members. They can't give a cost of living raise to the people on Social Security. If they were in Social Security, it would be fixed. If they were on Medicare, it would be fixed. Why do they have themselves set aside to get raises and benefits? And it's the worker down here in the bottom in the trenches that everybody wants to cut. I don't understand this world. You know, it's the workers that are out there doing the work, and it's the leaders in Washington and the state who want to cut them, but not themselves. And a lot of the seniors, they did worked all the years and got their benefits and their Social Security and their retirements, and now they want to cut everybody else. I don't think it's fair, I don't think it's right, but I've been told the only fair in this world is at 8 Mile and Woodward, and they shut it. They cut the funding for it. So I think we need to look at other solutions besides the worker. I think we need to look at our leaders to why. I happen to have been in Saudi Arabia in the early 80s, and I know for a fact in their prisons, you got a mat on the floor, and that was it. If your company didn't feed you, or your friends didn't bring you food, you didn't get food. You didn't get a gym. You didn't get cable. You didn't get internet. You didn't get free medical. You didn't get free a college education. When the people out here can't afford a college education, but if you go to prison, you've done something bad, and you benefit from it. But yet they say it's us workers that need to cut everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh. Good evening.
How you doing? Todd Lovis, Warren resident. I like to think of myself as a special kind of stupid. I don't believe that our government can go on the way it has been working up till now. I started watching the last year's budget meetings on tape, and it was essentially more of the same. Everything was based on cutting services or people. The Warren unions have taken the hit in their negotiations. I recall our mayor saying that he wouldn't cut wages or benefits, incidentally, for appointees until the unions did. Well, since the unions never quite settle their contract at the same time, it's kind of a political cop-out. I think I've seen enough financial irresponsibility in Warren to last a lifetime. I don't blame any of the union people for asking for the things that they've asked for in the past, but I do hold our government or administration harmful for giving these things. We have policemen, I believe this to be true. If I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. Firemen get shift differential when they work 24-hour shifts. DPW, I think it is, I understand, are paid for not just the holiday, but the 2 days following a holiday. I've been a rank and file man. I worked management, labor, blue collar, white collar, and I understand the wants and needs of both. So again, I don't hold these people harmful for asking, but I do hold the government harmful for giving this. I did a little bit of research. I looked at Grand Rapids, Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, Traverse City, Detroit, and the one thing that was common, gets a little bit tangled, but the one thing that they have in common is they have job descriptions and a pay scale. The rank and file person knows what he's going to hire in at, and he knows what the highest wages he can possibly get is going to be. But our appointees don't. The abuse that this mayor and previous mayors have had, the abuse that they've taken part in is in the appointees' wage schedule. I'll give you an example. Constance made the same thing as Richards. I believe he made the same thing as Mr. Burnett. There is no starting and ending scale. Mr. Burnett
A retired judge, I think your pay is something like $107,000 a year. I bet my last dollar that you would have took the job for 90. Well, when we talk about responsibility, we have the abuse that goes on in our government is we make transfers from one classification to another based on the pay scale of the vacancy. In other words, one person might have been working as an inspector for, just using these examples, for 30 years, and the dog catcher decides he wants to be the inspector, gets the qualifications to make it necessary that, or make it possible for him to do that, and he replaces the inspector at the inspector's past wage. Well, these are the abuses that I'm talking about. If you would talk to Mr. Hartley, Mr. Hartley would tell you that all of the complaining that I might do about, not the rank and file incidentally, I'm talking about all people that are non-union, he would tell you, well, that don't mean anything. Hell, that's $500,000, that's $500,000. That $500,000 is part of a piece from someplace else that might make $1 million. So what I'm saying is, if this council holds this mayor's face to the fire and doesn't let, I don't mean bluff, but holds his face to the fire, he does everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything that can be done to balance this budget before raising taxes. You guys have done a good job. If you don't do that, you haven't. And only then, when all other possibilities have been exhausted, come to the taxpayer, we can understand that. What we can't understand is the abuse that goes on financially with the government. The legislative body, I like every one of you guys, but not so much I couldn't live without you. No disrespect, Mr. List, I don't mean it disrespectfully. I really, really don't. I say when you guys are busy criminalizing snow removal, that's the sort of stuff that you do. Bickering about the $50 that Donna Cole-Martin's being paid, that's fine, okay. It's 50, but I forget who said it. Look at the bigger picture. We waste more money in this city than, I just don't understand it. I think that everything that needs to be done needs to be done. I don't know how to balance this budget, but I do know this. Unless you exhaust all of the possibilities, and not just on the backs of the unions, exhaust all those possibilities, you're not going to get any approval from these guys, you know. That concludes what I have to say.
Thank you. Any final comments? All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing.
We have a comfort break?
Yes. There's been a request for a recess. Council will go into recess at this time.
Hallelujah!
I say the best for last. You know, don't let your heart in trouble.
we can have the council members return, we'll resume the meeting.
I'll give you a call, okay? All right, Kat.
We can get all the council members to return, please, so we can resume the meeting. Okay, council will go ahead and resume the meeting at item 22, correspondence from the mayor.
22A, this item was tabled on 4/12/2011, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving change order number 1, which increases the original contract in the amount of $36,786 with Al's Asphalt Paving Company in connection with contract P-09-523-2009 CDBG road paving project and authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute said change order.
I'll move to remove this item from the table.
Support.
Motion by Mr. List to remove from the table, support by Mr. Warner. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item has been removed from the table.
Motion to approve. Support.
Motion by Mr. Green to approve, support by Mr.
Warner.
Warner. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Shadig. Would you be so kind as to give us a little background on this, please, again?
I would, and good evening, Council. Todd Shadig, Acting City Engineer. If you can just briefly indulge me just for a second, I have a couple photos of the area that we are looking at for repairs under this change order.
You got it. There you go. There you go.
This is an extension it's an addition of some work to the Weller and Waltham project that was done under block grant funds a year and a half ago. We tried to do it on the cheap, I'll be honest, and we tried to use the existing drainage that was out there. It was a standard mill and fill project, and we ended up with some areas of ponding. In particular, at a couple intersections, with the new ADA requirements for handicap ramps, we have some ramps that have the base of them frozen in the wintertime, which really isn't acceptable to the pedestrian public that uses the area. So what this change order attempts to accomplish is to eliminate this ponding that it did exist slightly before the project, but was exacerbated by the increase in the level of asphalt that we put over there to patch the roadway. The prices that you have in the change order were negotiated between my office and the contractor and are consistent with other projects we have ongoing in the city. So.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Shadig.
You're welcome.
All set? Yeah.
All right. Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. Mr. Shadig, how are you today?
Fine. How are you this evening?
Good, good. Thank you.
So this is to install basically 5 catch basins to alleviate the
That's correct.
the problems that we're having. 2 4-footers and 3 2-footers, is that it?
That's correct. That's what's listed.
Okay, and what are they going to do? They're going to tap into to existing?
Yeah, we have an existing large storm sewer that runs down the west side of the Waltham right-of-way there. Unfortunately, it's quite deep, and that's reflected in the tap prices that you see there.
Yeah, so I looked at it. So we were looking at over 7,000 or
$11,000 in 3 taps.
Yeah.
The sewer is almost 17 feet deep there.
Okay, then this will alleviate the problem then.
Yes.
All right,
And,
thank you
and
very
prolong
much.
the life of the pavement that's been newly installed.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You, any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Good evening, Mr. Shadegg.
Good evening.
Just a question for you. In regards to the negotiation, you said that you negotiated that with the contractor on those issues where the water was ponding. How does that compare to some of our current contracts that we have?
Well, the type B basins that are listed are at $2,100 a pop for only 3. Our other contracts, we do those for about $1,800, but that's in a volume, in a larger quantity. The type A's are listed at $2,500. Other contracts see those at about $2,100 or $2,200. So there's a reflection in here of the contractor having to come back and remobilize. There's no separate mobilization charge here that has been worked into the P items, and that being taken into account, they are consistent with our other contracts that we have in the city.
Okay, and then you said when we went through and did the road, because of the level of the paving is where we had some of the new ponding that occurred.
Right, I mean, you have an old road that we put a new overlay on top of. We didn't really attempt to change the grade. We didn't do a lot of base course patching on it because we wanted to keep the cost reasonable for the block grant people. So you had some ponding that, like I said, was increased by the level of the new asphalt that lays on top of the old concrete. And you also have ADA compliance issues now that say that the new ramps that go in cannot have a lip of any sort. They have to have a very minimal slope to them. They have to have a flat landing area for people to negotiate the ramps in their wheelchairs, a place for them to rest. And when you do that, the ramps are almost lower than the street a lot of times now. And it's very difficult to get that water to drain in existing situations without a total rebuild. And that is reflected in this change order request.
All right. I think that's about it. There was one other. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vogt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Shadegg.
Good evening.
Do you know why the mayor did not sign the contract change order?
I think we've had this discussion once or twice in the past. He usually only signs the recommendation letter, and then after this body acts on the change order and approves it, he has the ability to sign it just like the clerk does. So that's why we usually wait.
Okay, but he does recommend this and once suggested it be approved.
I believe he signed the cover letter. That
He signed the cover letter. I just didn't know why he didn't sign the change order.
That's why.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamina?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 22B, this item died for lack of support for 12/2011. Consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Warren relating to filing fees refund in election for council wards. First reading.
Madam Chair, I'll move the resolution to adopt the ordinance with discussion.
How about first to remove it from the table?
It's not on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry, died due to lack of support. You're right, I apologize. All right, I have a motion by Mr. Liss. No support? Item dies due to lack of support.
Item 22C, request to authorize the publication of 2010 delinquent water and sewer utility service accounts in the approximate amount of $3.7 million and to place same on the 2011 tax rolls.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, I'll call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Bachamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
22D, consideration and adoption of a resolution to approve an amendment to the City of Warren EECBG plan.
Need a motion and support?
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion?
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Stevens?
if we could get an overview of what those changes are, so that council is brought up to speed on what's taken place,
Yes.
we'd appreciate it.
Good evening, Mr.
Council.
Gamble.
Good evening, Bill Gamble, Mayor's Office. This is basically an amendment to the plan. There's two changes, really. The implementation to audit recommendations you see on the agenda, you have a couple items. One is for lighting improvements and HVAC improvements, and also the infrared tube heating for the 12-mile fire station and the sanitation building. That's on the consent agenda. So this is to accommodate all those items, and we award 3 contracts to commit the money by the commitment deadline, which is May 31st, 2011. The other change is that the energy audit cannot include pool, anything to deal with a pool due to Recovery Act dollars cannot be spent on pools, golf courses, things like that. So in conversations with the Department of Energy, they asked that anything that was spent in the community center dealing with the pool, so we looked at the square footage of that and the costs of the energy audit as a percentage, and the cost of $2,670.91 must be deleted from the energy audit portion. So that's basically what it is. This is, we bid out these projects, the different the lighting improvements and these HVAC improvements. Basically, there were they're non-efficient rooftop units that had either old or malfunctioning or non-energy efficient. The lighting improvements, basically swapping out T12 bulbs for T8, and so things like that. So basically, and what you see in front of you is the project total for the energy audit recommendations is $506,342.03. The return on investment is $108,283 based on the energy auditor's calculations. So we have a return on investment of 4.68 years, and this is all paid for with grant money through the Energy Efficiency Block Grant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Could you highlight the change that took place at the sanitation building on the roof, please?
Sure. On the sanitation building, well, we did the green roof there, and then the sanitation building, we're putting infrared tube heating inside of the building, so that's going to be a more energy efficient a type of way to heat the building. It uses radiant heat. So that's what that issue is.
And so the extra cost was incurred by having to remove what had already taken place so that we could go through the roof and
yeah, there will be 2 penetrations in the roof, so we do have to we'll have the people who install the green roof do the roof penetrations to keep our 15-year warranty intact. So.
Right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just have a question in regards to the changes that have taken place and the savings. Did you have any savings that were calculated for the difference between the infrared system?
The savings for the infrared, yes. And if you look at the 3rd page from the back of your packet, you'll see kind of all the different projects and their calculated savings. Let me pull up my... Yep, so on the sanitation building, it was estimated $2,300 savings per year. So that one was a $33,000 project. That's a 14-year payback for that particular one.
All right, so it was a 14-year payback. The other thing too is at our last council meeting, there were several HVAC repairs and things that we did, and they were talking about it, and they said that this particular grant and everything that we're working with the EECVG plan will take care of all the issues that we had. Was there any additional costs or warranties that were on with the HVAC repairs that we did recently?
The ones we're going to do? Is that what?
No, the ones that we had some bills that have come through, and I know there were like inspections that they did on all of them, but this should take care of all those issues.
This is actually this is a new project. Which building are you referring to?
It was on the last bills, the controller had come up and said that that most of those were being taken care of with this grant that was later on our agenda. So I was just verifying that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure which particular one he was referring, which particular bill he's referring to.
I know I was on a check on the last, it wasn't tonight, it was the meeting before.
I can look into it.
All right.
I'll talk to Rob about it.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
22E, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents to sell and convey to Lucy Krajewski for the sum of $70,000 or the amount of the appraisal obtained by her mortgage company, but no lower than the minimum price of $65,000 plus purchasing closing costs and the property description as 13421 Rainwood, parcel ID number 13-23-432-025.
Need a motion and support?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Vogt, support by Mr. Liss. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The item passed 8-1.
22F, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute a contract for HVAC improvements for various city buildings, bid ITB-W-8323-B, and mechanical improvements to the Water Division Garage, ITB-W-8323-C, and awarding the bid to Delta Temp Incorporated in the amount of $147,021.
So moved.
Motion by Mr.
Support.
Green, support by Mr. Stevens. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 22G, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with Great Lakes Power and Lighting Incorporated for lighting improvements for various city buildings contingent upon Department of Energy approval and terms consistent with bid ITB-W-8323-A, an award of bid in the amount of $303,070.03.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Warner?
Mr. Stevens.
Something like that.
I'm sorry. Motion by Mr. Stevens and
Support by Warner.
Support by Warner. I apologize. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 22H, consideration and adoption of a resolution approving change order number 1 and final, which decreases the contract by $23,846.84 with Newton Crane Roofing Incorporated for the green roof replacement agreement and authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute said change order and final on behalf of the city.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Comartin, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion? Go ahead and call the question. Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Buckamino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
22I, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a contract with Pomar Enterprises Incorporated for City Project W-11-538, construction of a pressure reducing station at 8 Mile and Mound Road, and award of bid in the amount of $839,686.
Need a motion and
So moved.
Support.
motion by Mr. Stevens, right?
Yes.
Support by Mr. Warner. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Sadowski?
Mr. Shadegg? This is one pressure reducing valve that we're putting in, correct?
It is. It's scheduled for the intersection of 8 Mile and Mound, and it will complete our protection from the city of Detroit along 8 Mile Road by protecting all 4 connection points. There's one at Groesbeck, one at Van Dyke, one at Ryan, and then this one also at Mound. This is our second largest connection to the Detroit water system, and we are looking forward to the installation of this particular valve. I might point out that in the contract also is the installation of a multitude of SCADA equipment that will connect the 4 valves when complete to each other, and to some remote pressure sensors that we'll be installing all over the city. And those sensors will be able to, in real time, automatically adjust the set points at the pressure reducing valves. So if somebody's seeing low or high pressure in the northeast part of the section, it can talk back to these valves and adjust them accordingly so that the pressure stays very consistent during the summer months.
How large is the pipe that we're connecting to?
24 inches.
And when we did Groesbeck, I know there was a significant drop in pressure in that area during construction. Are you anticipating that problem again this year?
Yes.
And when will we start construction on this?
The lead time for the equipment is substantial on this, and the actual construction and downtime for our water system will probably be the middle of September, it looks like.
Okay, so we'll be out of probably our highest volume water use then at that point.
We'll be on the downside of summer, so that's a good time to be doing this. The only thing we need to coordinate is with our big users that are on that Mound corridor.
Well, that was going to be my next question with General Motors and Chrysler there. I know that their water consumption is quite a bit. And there's a juice plant right down the street too, isn't there?
At Sherwood and 9 Mile, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from council members? Mr. Stevens?
Thank you. These dollars are the dollars that we reallocated from the main replacement project to this, that we did. What did we do that 2 weeks ago? Or?
That's correct.
Right. So it's not like this is in addition to anything. This is money that's been reallocated to this project for basically the same purpose, to
protect our water system.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Comartin?
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Shadegg. On that line item amount, though, we had was 1 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
The additional money, what is that going to use for? I hope no change orders.
Well, you can never say for certain on that, but the additional, this is budgeted, or the contract amount is $840,000, so there's a difference of $160,000 that still remains uncommitted. that could be used for other water projects.
Okay, so we have $160,000 left in this line item that could
Correct.
be used for something else, because this bid came in lower. I know you had talked about it. You thought it was going to come in around, didn't you say around 700 and something you thought?
Our engineer's estimate was $960,000.
960, okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Just going along in what Ms. Comartin was just speaking of, you mentioned, I believe this one is a little bit more intense than what we've done with the other ones, if I understood you correctly, as far as the additional stations where it would be able to communicate, or did we do that on all of them?
They presently can talk back to a central panel at the water department, but they have to be manually adjusted. So the set points that allow a certain amount of pressure into the city, you have to do that manually. So there's nothing to tie those to in our water system that can talk to them and let them know how to adjust themselves. So they were set up to be able to do that. We just didn't have the remote pressure sensors included in that original package. This go-around will include that instrumentation that's needed to run these automatically.
Okay, so this is a little bit more in-depth than what we've done with the previous ones?
It's the same exact station that's in the ground at Van Dyke and 8 Mile. It's just the automated portion of it, the smart part.
That's actually the part I was referring to. What would you anticipate that that would have increased the project amount by?
To do all 4 stations. And
No, just on this one.
On one, 250,000 divided by 4, so 62.5.
My ultimate question is that, like Ms. Comartin said, I know this item was originally budgeted at 1 million, and I'm glad to see we're below that, and that we're going even an additional smartness on it. What would you attribute the lower cost in regards to, is it directly related to the economy in the fact that the bid was reflected lower? I mean, because of this 800,000, you're saying roughly 200,000 of that could have been for the technology portion.
250,000 is for the technology portion. We only received 2 bids on the project. They should be attached to your packet. You'll see that the second bid from Mancon was right about at the engineer's estimate of 982,000. PMR Enterprises, who is the low bidder, has done work for us in the past, and they've done other PRV stations in southeast Michigan. They come very highly recommended. I can't really say why their bid is so low. We're just happy that it is.
And you know what? I'm not complaining about it. Just curious. Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bachmanino?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
22J, consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor and clerk to award RFP-W-8357 to Johnson Controls Incorporated for guaranteed energy contracting services for the wastewater treatment plant and to execute project development agreement for the technical energy audit of the wastewater treatment plant.
Good evening. I need a motion and support.
So moved. Support.
Motion by Mr. Stevens, support by Mr. Green. Any discussion?
If we may, can we get an overview of this project so that bring everybody up to speed, including the residents?
Certainly, I'd be glad to do that. I was part of the EECBG committee, as was Councilman Stevens, and part of the process there, we put an RFP together to look at various efficiency improvements at the treatment plant to determine if an energy service company would be interested in coming in and finding enough energy savings to pay for upgrades. And so we went through the process, put the RFP together. I think we were very successful in that process, and we got a couple of pretty qualified companies. The committee ended up selecting Johnson Controls, and so what we're requesting tonight would be the first phase of that process, and that would be to conduct the energy audit, which, because of the number of items we have, I think it's in your packet, pretty detailed scope of what we're going to be looking at, both process improvements as well as facility improvements, each with some sort of an energy savings associated with it. So when we get done with that audit phase, we will take the biggest energy-saving items, package those together into a guaranteed energy project, and come back to City Council for approval at that time. And as part of that contract, Johnson Controls will be guaranteeing the savings will be sufficient to pay the debt retirement costs for the project itself. So that's the whole process in a nutshell. And again, it's been out there for a long time related to building improvements and lighting improvements and HVAC type improvements, but it's relatively new related to process control improvements at treatment plants. And I expect you'll see more and more of these types of projects going on because wastewater treatment plants are pretty high energy users with all of our pumping and aeration blowers and high energy use processes going on at the plant.
Thank you. Could you expound, or could you let us know what kind of experience Johnson Controls has in doing this for other treatment plants, in fact?
Should I have, I can have...
Yeah, if we could.
Dan Mack is here from Johnson Controls, so I can bring Dan Mack up to speak to that.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, members of the council. Yeah, we're the #1 energy services company in the country. Second one is we're probably twice as large as they are. So we started performance contracting, and it was a natural progression for us to move through cities, you know, once we started looking at lighting and HVAC improvements and energy controls, to get into the processes, the plants. So we've been doing those for about 10 years now. We've done the city of Fort Worth, Texas, Baltimore, Maryland, quite a few, probably 6 in New York, and quite a few out west. This will be the first project of this nature in Michigan for any wastewater treatment plant, which we're pretty happy that the city has the forethought to be able to look at something like this, to get the improvements done without actually having to ask for more money from the citizens. So we're pretty excited about this project.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from council members?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Comartin?
Good evening, Mr. Monette. Just a question for you. Have you started any of the testing on any of the HVACs in the department yet?
The testing?
Yes.
Under this project?
Yes.
No, not at this time.
Okay,
No.
nothing in...
Are you referring to the earlier discussion?
Yes.
Well, I think you were talking about the maintenance contract that we currently have, right?
Okay, and then they went through and inspected all of them. Was it for quality purposes?
No, that was our maintenance contract because we have very old heating and cooling systems throughout the treatment plant. It's kind of a nightmare to keep those things maintained. And then periodically we get beyond our routine maintenance and we'll have a failure. And so when that happens, the costs kind of jump up for that period. And I think...
I've noticed a peak in it.
That's what the controller was referring to, and I think he mentioned the EECBG,
right,
which is what we're talking about now. A big part of what we're going to be looking at is improvements to the efficiency to our HVAC system, and then probably automating some of the management of those systems throughout the main building.
Are you trying to look at a focus percentage that you want to attain by this package, like of savings?
Really, I won't know that exactly until we do the audit. It'll be a pretty detailed audit, and I'll know a lot more.
All right, could you just keep council informed of the audit and what percentages we're looking at in savings? I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody else will too. Thanks.
Any other comments from council members? This may be completely well, first question. Did I understand correctly that more than one company responded to the RFP?
Yeah, we had 2 companies. We had Siemens and Johnson Controls.
Okay. I realize it's an RFP, but I didn't catch any of the details as far as what was provided by Siemens. But nevertheless, my only concern is, and it's most likely completely unrelated, but how, if any, would this mirror the situation we found ourselves with years ago with Honeywell?
It's pretty unrelated because I think what you're talking about with Honeywell, there's a process called measurement and verification. If you don't do a measurement and verification step up front and determine exactly what it is you're going to compare against, then it's pretty hard to determine savings. part of our process, we will include a baseline, and we will know, that'll be agreed to up front and will be part of the contract, what the baseline is that we're going to be comparing against for savings.
And I realize that they weren't apples and apples in that situation, but I guess that's the clarification I was looking for, to ensure that we don't have a repeat of a similar, that we didn't have the benchmark, and where what savings we thought we would receive with Honeywell didn't actually transpire.
Right.
And I wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to be the
Right,
case
that should
here.
be an important part of the terms in our agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from council members? Now I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed unanimously.
Item 22K, appointment, notice of appointment and request to confirm the appointment of James P. Hartley to SEMCOG General Assembly for a term expiring December 31st, 2011. Motion to approve?
Motion by Mr. Sadowski.
Support.
Support by Mr. Bacamino. Any discussion?
Discussion?
Mr. Bacamino.
Thank you. Could we have Mr. Hartley come down and just explain to us why the appointment is now through just till December 31st, and not a full year or more than 1 year? Mr. Hartley?
Good evening.
Actually, I wouldn't know the answer to that particular question. I'm filling the alternate position that had been occupied by Ms. Cavalier.
Okay,
And,
that's the reason I was
I don't
looking
know,
for.
Ms. Camp, do you know how long
That
the
is
term?
the reason. Her term would have expired.
Okay, so I
That's
guess
right.
we'll revisit all of this at that time.
Okay, thank you. No questions for me.
Any other comments? Go ahead and call the question. Mr. Sadowski.
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Liss?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Camp, yes. The motion passed, 8-1.
Item 24, audience participation.
Thank you. First speaker tonight is Sue McCormick. She may have been here earlier. Next speaker, I apologize, but it looks like
Latrill.
last name, Latrill?
Tammy.
Oh, yes, good job. Tammy Latrill. Next speaker, Chris Pasternak.
Good evening. I'm going to start out tonight by offering an apology to Councilman Stevens, as it has come to light that the computer he is using is his own personal computer, and he can do whatever he wants to his own personal computer. So sorry about any issues in the past. Next thing I'd like to talk about, and thank everyone for coming out to the St. Anne Fish Fries. They were a huge success this year. We beat all our numbers from the past, and before they started the fish fry 3 years ago, they were told it will fail, and it's been a streaming success. And all the money's going back to the school to help out the school, and hopefully technology or some other sort or some other fashion to help out the school. A question or concern I have is I've heard a rumor about some fire stations closing, Fire Station 1, Fire Station 3, and Fire Station 4. Just curious, because the most interesting fact about this that I shouldn't say fact, but most interesting thing about this that I heard is that they won't be closing till after the election. So that's kind of interesting that it's want to be kept under wraps and hidden until that point in time. Another question I have has to do with trash pickup. Continually, trash pickup is a concern of mine because Every time they take the garbage can, they empty it, they tip it upside down, and what tends to happen is a couple of pieces of scrap end up on the bottom and get knocked out on the street, and therefore litter all the streets. With that, I have to make a mention of the sweeps that are happening primarily in the south end of Warren. And I found it interesting that all my neighbors seem to get tickets, and my house was skipped. I don't know why, but thanks. Most interesting is the sweep happened on a Tuesday. One of my neighbors has a privacy fence, had his garbage by the side of his house, ready to put out for garbage day on Wednesday. He was going to put it out later that night, got ticketed for all those items. He has since resolved that ticket. But it's just interesting how he has a privacy fence and that wasn't noticed. But my garbage can that sits right next door to my house on the side, I didn't receive a ticket for it. Just interesting how some people can be ticketed but others aren't. Also, there's a elderly lady that lives a couple doors down from me. She was ticketed for her eaves that were, they don't look that bad. And she's a lady that's been in the neighborhood, a citizen of Warren for many years. And she's like the rock and foundation of that street. And she was ticketed to have done, in it was either 3 or 5 days, to scrape the paint off the eaves of the house and repaint it within 3 to 5 days. I think that's absurd. It's just absurd to ask someone to do that of that age, and I don't know how it was decided or what happened. It's just interesting how these sweeps happen and how certain measures are taken to look in the backyard of someone who has a privacy fence. How did they see back there to see the garbage on the side of his house? It's just interesting. But other things that are in plain sight, they miss. I just don't understand it. And there's other houses on that street that are bigger issues. And these two neighbors are very good neighbors. They take good care of their homes, and it's sad to see that they were ticketed. It's just a shame. Those are basically my concerns, and wish you all the best of luck, and see you later.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James McDaniel.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing? I had the privilege to attend the last Tuesday's Budget Council meeting where Mr. Faust basically refused to answer questions that Mr. Mark List was asking him. He danced all the way around those questions better than anybody I've ever seen in my entire life. Am I wrong? So, in doing so, he gave me a great idea. So Mr. Faust, don't care to answer simple questions about how come we're taking in this much money, but you want to spend this much money. So I got another job for him, so after we booed his butt out for being mayor, I got something for him. Little black bow tie. Nice little clown hat. Since he likes to tap dance around the questions, here is his new job. Why don't you answer the questions? We all deserve to know where the money's going. Why don't he lay off some of his appointees and use that money in that budget to fund these other places that it needs to go? DPW, fire and police. So, Mr. Faust, when we vote your butt out, you can got a new career. You need to go. The other question I got, and it's going to be right here for you, Mr. Faust, enjoy, is why do we have so many council members that are turncoats, that are actually voting with this mayor? I'd like to know that. Didn't you all take an oath to help the citizens of Warren instead of standing there being yes, 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 yes? We're getting tired of that too. There's several people up on this council that swore to me and Mr. Atkins and Eugene and quite a few other people in this city that they were going to work their damnedest to help these people in the south end, east end, north end, and the west end. But all you've done is you turn coats and you start jumping into bed with Mr. Faust, and the next thing you know, we can't get nothing done. Mr. Faust is not the end all. He is not the moon and the stars and the sun. This man is a man who has made some very wrong decisions for the city and taken us in the wrong direction. It's time to stop and think about what you're doing, because it's only a few months away before elections. And me personally and several other people in this auditorium are going to work our damnedest to make sure you don't ever get elected again. And believe me, I might not be the prettiest person in the world, but there's sure the heck you're going to be a lot more people uglier than me walking that street just to make sure you can't get your ugly butts back up there. Thank you and have a great day.
Our next speaker is Dean Barry.
Good evening. Dean Barry, longtime resident. I may run over just a little bit if you'll cooperate. I would be very grateful to you. And I want to read and try to tie in some recent events as it pertains to the districts, how best to go about it, so on and so on. There's been a lot of debate on this. As far as I'm concerned, some people missed the boat, be it intentionally or out of just pure neglect for knowing what your job is. So, and Mr. Bacamino, because I'm referencing some things that you cited, this by no means is to disparage you, okay? And what had happened is, Councilwoman Colmartin read the Home Rules Act right here on 3 different council meetings prior to tonight. That happened January 11th. That happened yet again on March 8th. And then the past meeting of this month on the 12th. That's the 3rd time now that that's been read to you. And then, apparently there's still some confusion. Because you go on to say, and again in the context of the debate of 2 weeks ago, you go on to say that we could have rectified this way back in November. Right now, the law of the land is the city charter. If state law can be proven to require otherwise, that you, the council, will yield. Okay. So, let's then go to the city charter. This is on page 7, and I'll begin with a preamble. We, the people of the city of Warren, grateful to God for the blessings of freedom, peace, and justice, and in order to secure the benefits of efficient self-government and otherwise to promote our common welfare, do ordain and establish this charter for the government of our city pursuant to authority granted by the Constitution and laws of the state of Michigan. This is in our city charter. It goes on to say, section 1, the follow described territory, together with all territories that may be annexed thereto, shall be a body corporate with the official name and title, City of Warren, shall constitute 1 ward and shall be subject to the municipal control of the city. Again, we're following state law. It goes on further. The city shall consist of 1 ward, MCL 117.3. Now, that's not all there is to this. I could give you an educated guess. It's probably going to explain to everybody at the circuit court level. And then everybody's going to get it. And I know some people already do, but there's still confusion. And now we have some discussion that perhaps somebody may be trying to initiate a city manager. Well, let me just give some advice to that gentleman. For starters, make sure that the petition matches the organization papers that you file with the county, unlike this. And I'm burning mad that still got by everybody. Oh yeah, we knew about it. That doesn't matter if you knew about it, you did not act. You did not act. And I'm not mad. I'm disappointed beyond. And there's times I'm going to have to get up there, and I have,
and defend
Motion
you
to
people.
extend the speaker's time by 3
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Bacamino.
I didn't even hear the timer.
I hear the timer.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
And I will be brief. When these things come up, it is your responsibility. Mr. Bierman has explained already 2 times that I bear witness to that he cannot, due to conflict reasons, that he is a city attorney and he also sits on the apportionment committee, cannot offer advice to you. He can't. But what is to stop you from looking in at least what one of your own colleagues read into the record 3 times prior to tonight? You could have at least looked into that much. Look, there are people here that are doing the jobs you should be doing, and I think you know what I'm talking about. And it's going to be further explained, perhaps, by Mr. Sawyer. But, again, Mr. Bacamino, please accept my apology. This is not to berate you in any sense. But it is your job. It was your job to defend us against anything that state law or this charter mandates. And that was not done here, that's clear. And so what would have been the best advice? Probably the advice of outside counsel, which you opted not to do. So the question then becomes, what if it's forced on you? Then it's kind of too late. Because had you done it from the beginning, you knew declaratory judgment's a declaratory opinion and that it couldn't happen that way in a circuit court. You knew that. I know you knew. You can't go to Mr. Biernat, who do you go to? You just interpret the law the way you want and nobody agrees on anything? In the meantime, this is getting hammered home. By the way, no, it's not. Contrary to somebody back here might think. Because the best is yet to come, and I'm not finished. Thank you very much for extending me the time. Mr. Bacamino, again, my apologies, okay? Thank you, folks. Oh, the mayor left his cane behind.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eugene Sawyer.
Thank you, members of council. My name is Eugene Sawyer, a longtime resident of the city of Warren. I will be very brief. This is the Home Rule Act 279 of 1909, Section 24. If the charter or any amendment thereto, whether of cities incorporated under the provisions of this act or under an existing charter of the city heretofore granted or passed by the legislature for the government of the city be approved, then, listen to this, 2 printed copies thereof, with the vote for and against duly certified by the city clerk, shall within 30 days after the vote is taken be filed with the Secretary of State and a like number with the county clerk of the county in which the city is located. It never happened. Gee. Never happened. Mr. Warner, you received this letter from the city, from the council secretary, signed by Mr. Burnett, as to why he could not address this council or represent this council. Did you get this? You must have. I'd just like to know why you asked him a question, and this is taken from the minutes of two weeks ago. Councilman Warner asked the city attorney if it is possible that this body can vote on the next, on the map approval by the districting commission at the next meeting, meaning this meeting. You got this. You must have. This is 3 months old. You people were advised by the city attorney to seek outside counsel, and yet you profess to have said this. What in the reason would you want to do that except make points with in the political arena? I just don't understand where some of you people are going. Mr. Berry and I have retained counsel. We're doing your work. Why haven't you not retained outside counsel? The charter says you have to do something, but you don't know what to do. The city attorney can't help you. He's involved in this issue from the very beginning. He's on the apportionment committee. So it's your responsibility to do this. Mr. Sawyer, me, and Mr. Berry there, we're taking it upon ourselves to do this, what you're supposed to do. And as I reflect on all of this stuff, I'm getting in more and more in complete agreement with Mr. Krzysztofczyk. The only things you people know how to do is say yes and no. Now that's too bad. If that's all you can say is yes and no, who the heck needs you?
Our next speaker is Kyle Atkins.
It's been a long time. We're going to start off saying Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
This is the first opportunity I've had to come to the council meeting since back in November. But thank God I'm improving. I'd like to first start off as I'd like to thank some of the council members. I think most of you knew that this year I've been in the hospital 3 times. Miss Martin came by to see me, and I thank you. Miss Kemp called me, sent me a get well card, and wanted to know if she could help me to give her a call. I thank you. Miss Vogt, you called me and sent me something that I really didn't need, but I took care of it anyway. A fruit basket. I ate it all. Okay, so much for that. Our Lincoln Neighborhood Association will be meeting the 5th of May at Owen Jack's. That's corner Automobile and 9 Mile. And what bothers me to some extent tonight, and I don't understand, going back to the budget, on number 8 says budget expenditure report. You said receive and file. What did that tell us taxpayers? Receive and file. What I get out of it, if I asked either one of you 9 about this report, you say, well, I didn't vote on it. Why? Don't we have a right to know the financial report of this city? I feel that we do. And I feel if you 9 people would be honest with us, that you would agree that we have that right. Because it's my money, it's your money. And another thing I brought up before, and I'll bring it up again, going back to the paperwork that we fill out, the application that we fill out to have the opportunity to speak. If council members want to assist you, if you want to assist me, then you will ask me for my telephone number, and you will get in contact with me later. If you want to assist me. What did all of us people elect you people for? To assist us? Or for us to do the work for the city council? Very sad, is it not? And this is not the first time I brought this up. I brought it up even back when Chuck Bussey was sitting on board. Why? It won't be long till every one of you sitting there up there, excepting the lawyer, the city attorney, will be wanting our assistance. This is election year, folks. What are you going to tell the people? I done the best in your interest? Or I didn't know no better? Or I did what I wanted to? We'll have an answer. Last but not least, I have heard through a real extremely good source that we will be losing 2 fire stations, one around 13 Mile Road and one at 9 Mile and Federal. One supposedly is going to close the 1st of July. The one up around 13 Mile Road. And the one at 9 Mile and Federal is supposedly going to close after the election. Ain't that very sad? After the election. Do you people recall back a few months ago when there was a building, Lincoln High School, when they had the fire down there? What would have happened if the fire truck had to come from the middle of the city?
Please conclude.
It'd been a disaster.
Make a motion to extend the time for Mr.
Support.
Atkins, especially since he hasn't been here since November. He's got a lot saved up.
Support.
Motion by Ms. Boat, support by Ms. Kilmartin. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank you. But this is something very important. When you lose your fire department and you lose your police department, what do you have left? Think about it. Be just like being in a holler with no electricity. And you know what a holler is? I'll tell you, Mr. Les, a holler is a place where it goes down like this, with no lights. Is that what this administration wants? Do they want to take our fire department away? Think about the last year or 2 years. How many firemen have we lost that we don't have today? If your house caught on fire tonight, would you like to have a fire station close by? Or would you want to come up around the middle of the city? 8 to 14, 6 miles, that'd be 11 Mile Road. It's disturbing. And what's even worse yet, we as taxpayers voted a millage in for our fire department and police department. Folks, we're in trouble. If we're not very careful, we'll end up like Pontiac did. You know what happened to Pontiac? They lost part of their police department, and I heard just a few days ago on the news that there was so much crime they couldn't keep up with it. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to hush. Just a few days ago, at 4 o'clock in the morning, down on Hupp Street, I guess most of you know where Hupp is, there was a house down there, 2-story, had a fire at 4 o'clock in the morning. And evidently it practically destroyed it. What if that fire truck had to come from 11 Mile Road? Everything would have burned up and could have been alive. Houses can be restored, but lives cannot, especially in a fire. Think about it, folks. Think about what kind of condition our city's in. then you people are elected for check and balance. You got a responsibility. And if I've offended anybody, I'm sorry, but that's just exactly the way I feel. We've been elected. But if we don't stand up and be counted, we're going to be elected more yet. But remember, it's your election year. God bless you, my prayer.
Our next speaker is Henry Krzysztofczyk.
Welcome back, Kyle. Madam President, distinguished members of the council, city attorney, Henry Krzysztofczyk, longtime resident of this fine community. Mr. Atkins, when they close fire stations, look at your insurance policy. If your insured rate goes up, you take that bill and you bring it to this council and tell them to pay it. Because most of your fire insurances for your home is predicated on the availability of fire stations. It's another tax without representation. Mr. Bacamino, don't mean to pick on you. When you said the other day, you held up the charter, said, "Lot of land," people spoke. Sir, you were wrong. The law of land is the state, supreme. They can close the city down, no problem. Mr. Stevens, you like to read court cases and laws and everything else. Read Hunter versus Pittsburgh. All of you council people should read that. They'll clear up a myth for you people that you think that the people in the city of Warren have the power over the state. That the council can violate state law. Hunter versus Pittsburgh. I believe the year was 1907 or 1909, one of those two, 07. I read it. Very interesting. All of you's got this letter, which I'm going to read. It's in part. It is from Stephen G. Idell, legal counsel to the governor. It was dated the 25th of August of last year. Consistent with normal practices, the proposed amendments were sent to this office of the Attorney General, Mike Cox, for review. Mr. Cox reviewed the proposals in light of the Home Rule City Act and concluded that the amendments are consistent with the Act with the exception of proposed Charter Section 5.1B, which provides a redistricting commission to establish the boundaries of a newly drawn council districts. And the last paragraph concludes there, it says, as the governor takes her constitutional obligations seriously, she is unable to approve the proposed charter amendments given the inconsistencies identified by Attorney General's office. At that point, the 5 of you should have joined the other 4 and voted this thing down. Now it's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars in litigation. And you did us a favor, too. A year ago, we didn't even know what the Home Rule City Act was. I'm very proud of Dean Barry. I'm proud of Sawyer. We quote the law to you people. And you people are supposed to understand the law. But do you? Do you follow the law? Had you read the Home Rule City Act, and you would understand what this says. Last meeting, Mr. Warner addresses City Council, the City Attorney. What do we do now? Remember that? You punt. You gambled and you
I'll make a
lost.
motion to extend Mr. Christopher's time by 3 minutes.
Support. Motion by Mr.
Look at the
Bacalino, support by Ms.
embarrassment that you
Camarton.
five are causing this city by not understanding the Home Rule City Act, which follows the charter. The charter gives the authority to write the Home Rule City Act, and you never even looked into Hunter versus Pittsburgh. It's interesting reading. Now the five of you are going to carry the yoke of embarrassment on your shoulders along with the money it's going to cost. Mr. Bacalino is worried about $50. That's a state law, sir. And you're challenging the state law. And I'm going to conclude, and much to my embarrassment, there was an opinion given by the city attorney's office. Now you're forcing that man over there to give another one over that? If I know anything about ethics, he's going to stand by that ruling. Am I upset? No, disappointed in the five of you. The five of you. I mean, why? I mean, I can't understand. Every one of you's got this letter from the governor. Why didn't you vote no, Mr. Warner? The governor didn't even approve it. I rest my case. Like I said, thanks for enlightening us in the Home Rule City Act.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Dabrowski.
Good morning, Council. I was wondering if we were going to make it into Wednesday morning, back to the good old days. Just a couple things I want to touch on here real quick. Going back to the budget, again, I think you need to remember to touch on the ZBA, the Planning Commission, the Council Office. Some drastic cuts can be made there. One that's a real touchy subject, I know a lot of you guys don't like to touch on this one, a lobbyist. It's a real nice luxury to have. I have yet to see any document where that has been of a real financial gain to the city. A real financial gain. I've heard stories of reports of different meetings with council people, different meetings with the administration. If you can show me some documents where the man has actually generated some revenue and been of a financial value to the city, that's one thing. Otherwise, that's a luxury we just cannot afford in these economic hard times. But the one thing that I found really fascinating in the last couple days, the last 3 or 4 days, the majority of people going around talking are predicting the vote on the budget will be exactly the same as it was last year, and it'll be the same exact people that will vote for the budget that voted for the budget last year. And it's going to be real similar to what the mayor proposed. So I find that rather fascinating. And those of you who voted for it should have a rough idea who I'm referring to. And what I'll do is I'll make a list of that, and I'll bring it to the next council meeting, and I'll hold it up for everybody to see, and we'll find out how accurate it is. We'll find out who the real stooges are, because for a long time now it's been the taxpayers, but we'll find out. And then the last thing is, I noticed on the agenda tonight, we had a member of the administration here for 2 items, and the items were A and I. Why would those items not be together? Instead of having that person wait from A to I, why wouldn't you put them on the agenda back to back instead of having them sit around? Because I'm sure they're getting paid to be here. So I think you guys need to renegotiate the way the agenda gets set up. After all these meetings, and I don't want to throw any of you guys under the bus, but last night I heard a lot of you guys complaining about this agenda being so ridiculous. I don't know why nobody had the nerve to say anything tonight. Maybe you still will. But with all the meetings you guys had, I know you guys have got to be dog tired. And for this agenda to be this long is absolutely inexcusable. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item, 26A tabled on 4/12/2011. Councilwoman Kathy Vogt, discussion in Ray, consideration of redistricting map.
Is there a motion to remove from the table?
Well, I was going to make the motion to remove from the table, but my recollection is that at the last council meeting, we tabled it specifically to this meeting, so it doesn't need an untabling motion.
Yeah, it still needs to be untabled.
Okay. So you care to make the motion to take it off the table?
Sure, I don't think it's necessary, but I'll move to take this item off the table.
Support.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Sadowski?
No.
Mr. Green?
No.
Ms. Comartin?
Yes.
Mr. Bacamino?
No.
Camp, yes. The item remains on the table, 5-4.
Next agenda item.
I have a point of order.
Mr. Liss?
I would like to have the council secretary take a look at the minutes, as I think that this item, I think the Robert's Rules of Orders call that if it's been tabled to a specific date, actually technically it should be adjourned to a specific date. But if it's moved over to a specific date, it doesn't need a motion to untable, but I'll leave it at that.
I'm only going to comment to the extent that I do not have a copy of Robert's Rules of Order with me personally at the moment, and being that past practice on any tabled item, even when tabled to a date specific, we have always made the motion to remove from the table.
I know, and it's not really the way it should be in Robert's Rules.
Next agenda item is 26B. Council President Mary Camp and Ray request for a moratorium on the installation of smart meters until such a time where a study of the effects can be conducted and a committee of the whole can be scheduled to discuss these findings.
Thank you. Just briefly, this comes out of the fact, obviously, we've all seen members of the audience have come forward about their concerns in regards to smart meters. And this is a portion of the information that they dropped off a copy to the council meeting, or to the council office. Up until today, I believe, not all members of council had an opportunity to even receive a copy of this, let alone review it. So I'm asking that council would consider placing a moratorium until such time that we can do some research, get up to date on the issue, and hold a committee of the whole.
Madam Chair?
I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Sadowski, support by Mr. Warner. Discussion, Mr. Sadowski.
The Attorney General apparently is looking into the situation, and I'd like to include as part of the information coming in for that committee of the whole that we have that information as well.
Yeah, in regard, that is one point I want to clarify too. I don't know when we would have that committee of the whole. I mean, I'm not saying within 2 weeks because there's a lot of information to be gathered, so I don't know I don't know how far we want to set this out.
Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Warner, then Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tried to contact one of the audience members that was visiting us from Shelby Township. They were unavailable, but I came across a couple of articles, one that was in the USA Today, and Ms. Camp had talked to me about the information that she had received, so I will gladly make a copy of this article that was dated March 9th regarding the smart meters, and I think a committee of the whole will be more than sufficient to try to distinguish how we should go about this. No, thank you.
Ms. Comartin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I see Mr. Pelikowski in the office, oh my God, in the audience. I'm still at the office.
Good evening, Mr. Polakowski.
Good evening.
I think there was some discussion in regards to the current meters that we have too, and for the public's information, just to get some feedback from what we're putting in as far as our water meters go. And I think you wanted to explain that, and you had some good details on that too.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come up here and address the council on what we're actually doing with our meter reading system and our water meter program. Just like briefly just give you a brief update of where we are, what's taken place, and then I'd like to talk about smart meters and the kind of meter reading system we're putting in place briefly. As you all know, this program was funded back in September. This council approved $9.2 million. Of the $9.2 million that was approved, we've already spent a little less than $800,000 buying hardware, which is meters, registers, transmitters, DCUs, and I'll explain a little more what they are, and our network control computer. We've been working since late last year pulling together the billing software. We've been working very diligently here over the last month and a half, 2 months, extracting our data out of our old billing system, loading it into the new system, and we've been running training with that data on the new system with our customer service people, our administration people. Today we started training with our water utility operators on how to utilize and do maintenance on the current new system coming in. So that just started today. This week we'll be finishing more training on the meter reading system, and on May 8th we will operate both systems in parallel, our old IDC current billing system with our new system. Barring any setbacks during that period, in early June, we expect to go live with our new billing system. That means we will kill the old billing system. Once that's up and running, then we'll actually start doing our changeouts with our meters. And we will probably start with our 1.5 and 2 inch meters first. We've got approximately 1,100 of those to change out. So we'll start with those. Those are some of our larger meters, then work into our compounds and then into the residential meters. So that is our current plan, and we are pursuing on schedule to that plan. We have probably conducted over 300 hours of training with our administration people, and we'll probably have close to another 200 or 300 hours of training here over the next couple weeks. So we're going to have continuous training with our administration people, our customer service people, because they have the most difficult part of this, and that is learning a new billing system and having it running in June. So it's going to be a challenge for us, and we're going to have to take the challenge on and make it happen. Meter system we have, and what I brought a couple components. This is the kind of meter, it's a 5/8 water meter that we'll be installing in the home. It has a register on it. It's an encoder type register. Connected to this register will be what we call our MTU, data transmitter or transponder. This will actually send a signal from the register to what we call our data collector units, which will be located in the city. This unit operates on a 3.6 volt system, AA lithium battery. This has a 20-year life, 10-year full life, and the balance of the life is prorated over the balance of the life of the unit. This is a hermetically sealed unit. It'll be installed both the meter, will replace our current meters, and this will also be installed inside the home. The boxes we have outside the home, which are touch pads and what we call ARB boxes to read the current system, will be disconnected from the system. This device will be sending a signal one way. This is not what we would call a smart meter. This only reads the meter. It has no capability to operate any device inside the home and turn off water or anything else. It's one way. Smart meters are two-way, which means they can communicate in and out. I happen to have a smart meter on my house since the late 80s for interruptible electric service with DTE. And they had the right, with the contract I had with them on my interruptible service, I had a heat pump which served both in heating the house as a unit in tandem with my furnace and also air conditioning my house. And they could come in at when they wanted to, part of the contract to get the lower utility rate, they could come in and turn off my appliance. That is a smart meter. This is not a smart system. This is a meter reading system, and I want to clarify that because over the last several council meetings, there have been a number of activists here talking about smart meters, and they put this in that category, and it doesn't belong there. All we're going to do is we're going to take 2 reads a day off the home versus 1 read a month, which we get on 93% of our accounts. We have a lot of estimated reads, and they create a lot of problems for us with customer and customer calls. It's a big issue for us. When this system is up and running, we're going to get 99 to 99.5% of all the accounts read every month. Highly reliable. East Point has had this system in operation since 2006. They have had not one incident of safety issues, not one issue reported with regard to any health issues. They have been very happy with the system. So all the claims and all the comments you've been hearing about this system are not entirely true. The system is very good, and many communities around us have it in operation. We are not a leader, we're a follower in putting this in. So this transmit at 450 to 470 megahertz. It meets all FCC regulations, the Telecommunications Act, public service requirements, and any local ordinance. So it applies to all that. We will be given a low-level frequency license from the FCC to operate this independently. That'll keep other people from intruding on our frequency and let us have clean reading going to our system. So this will send a signal to a DCU. The DCU will then send a signal, the read, to the network computer at City Hall. These DCUs are mounted on our emergency warning poles. We have 12 of them. They each have a cell phone inside, so we only have 12 cell phones in this whole city operating this system. We're going to get roughly 100,000 reads a day.
Thank you.
The frequency, and I'll make it real quick.
Yeah.
One more item. The time element of this signal is 2 milliseconds. That's 0.002 seconds. That is so quick you wouldn't even know it. That's what's coming out of the house. So level exposure is very, very, very low and minimal. So I just want to clarify that per the council, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk briefly about this. If you have any more questions, I would be happy to entertain them now or some other time.
I really appreciate you at least giving the people an overview of all the equipment that's being utilized and set the record straight of what is being implemented and that it is a read-only system. So I appreciate you coming forward with it. I know we'll have our committee of the whole to discuss
And I'm sure we'll
everything
have
else. More questions?
If you have more questions, we would be happy to respond for you.
We would love you to attend too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Mr. Bacamino?
Thank you, Madam President. Couple things. I thought we established last council meeting that they were not smart meters, so I'm kind of confused how we can have a moratorium that would include this system.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. So then,
It's strictly for DTE smart meters that are intended to go to the national
so the
grid.
public understands that,
Yeah.
'cause it is confusing now that we've had a presentation. This system that we're currently implementing
Is
saves
not a
us.
smart meter.
Is not a smart meter.
Exactly. And again, we earlier said that the county can't communicate to the city's treasurer's office because of the technology. Well, we're trying in the water department move forward with technology, so I don't want people to think that we're sort of an oxymoron when it comes to technology. Sometimes we want it, sometimes we don't. This is totally separate, what you're proposing. Is that correct, Madam President?
Correct. Ms. Vogt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Biernat. Can we legally do this, or are we buying ourselves a lawsuit? We're not buying ourselves, setting ourselves up for a lawsuit.
For putting a moratorium on the smart meters?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're prohibiting DTE from coming in and doing whatever their project is?
Well, if the DTE has contracts with other parties, I don't know how we can interfere with those contracts necessarily. That's a legitimate concern. Yes. It would be like a court interfering with the contract between two parties that are not before them, if only one is. It couldn't affect the contractual rights constitutionally. of a party that, of an individual who's not a party to an action. So that raises a good question. I don't know if I can answer the question off the top of my head, but it's a good question, I think.
May I add to that briefly? It's my understanding that DTE did not have any plans to come into Warren with these meters until June of next year. So it wasn't
tabling
intended
this for a month to give the city attorney's office time to tell us what can or can't do it.
I'd also like to contact DTE to have them come and explain to us what they're doing and why it's a good thing as part of that, so I'm with that. I'm sorry, was that a motion to table, Ms. Vogt?
Support.
Motion to table by Ms. Vogt, support to table by Mr. Bacamino.
Point of, through the chair, if I might.
Mr.
Clarification.
Yes.
Is this a formal request for an opinion as to whether you could validly effectuate a moratorium on
GTE?
I believe so.
On GTE? Is that correct? Entering this city and installing these devices?
That's,
okay.
Yes. I mean, I know there's a lot of information that's going to be coming to us, but I'd like something from the city attorney's office telling us yay or nay.
Very well.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes to table.
Mr. Bacamino?
Yes to table.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Sadowski?
No.
Mr. Liss?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Comartin?
No.
Camp, no. The item has been tabled 6-3. Motion by Mr. Green to adjourn. Support by Mr. Liss. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The meeting has adjourned at 12:24 a.m.